every 3 cycles. You want me to do the 100 Jeep challenge whilst we do the all achievement challenge? I'm pretty sure they even with 500 kcals, I'm pretty sure that the what is it called? The locavore one would be pretty impossible to do whilst doing 100 Jeeps. I'm pretty sure you have to plant food or you're just gonna die. But it is an interesting idea. Right, we're gonna start with let's start with 3 good ones, eh? Get one with a decent... we're gonna go for you, Rowan. Rowan, well, you're a researcher, so you're fine, we'll make you work. Oh, good. Good, good. I'm getting a welcome to the chat room. Lovely. We immediately crashed on Twitch as well. Why would we not? The very idea that people might actually wish to watch the stream, that's obviously ridiculous. I just wanted to show you that ad for McDonald's. I'm sure that was it. I'm doing well, thank you, Kasukin. Hope that you are also well. Not to mention your morale being cut by 6 every second cycle. I'm not sure I follow. Nematrike, you may have to make that clearer to me, who's not very bright. Now, hang on. Apparently I'm going to need to refresh Streamlabs as well. Everything crashed. Oh, that one might have been Streamlabs, actually. No, it looks like Twitch again. Since they don't eat every cycle, they don't get the food and the Great Hall morale bonuses every second cycle. That is an interesting and thing that I did not really appreciate. Right then. Rowan. You can stay a Rowan. We're going to use the duplicate settings manager for this bit at the beginning. After this, we're not going to use it. I took a couple of the mods out. I've just gone past farming twice. Excellently. So the mods that I took off were move this here. I thought that might be a little bit too cheaty. And I also, though considering pliers is in the game, I don't see why anything would be considered too cheaty anymore. And I also took off the buildable natural tiles, because that also felt like we might get a bit too much benefit from you. I'm going to make you all amazing. You can be an early bird. Are you? Yeah, why not? Let's make you all super. Where's one of the good ones? There we go. Excellent. Right. Rowan, you're going to be a farmer. You are going to be a researcher, Devon. You're certainly not going to have a bottomless stomach. On 500 kcals, Locavore probably gets achieved around cycle 60. There's only 23 or so duplicants. And there's a mod for them to eat every day. But it doesn't have a drop-down menu for traits. That would be nice. Is there another good one? I think there is, isn't there? There's not only Unpracticed Artist. There's also Kitchen Menace. There you go. You can be a Kitchen Menace. You're not having a skill, though. I still think the skills are very cheaty. I know they're not really, but they still feel it. No, you're not going to be an early bird. You're going to be a quick learner. There we go. And Amari, you are going to be our digger. So let's give you some digging. I'm going to give you some digging and some building. Just so you're a bit better at it. And some supplying, I guess. Or suit wearing. Suit wearing is actually probably better, because we could skip the supply. What else should we give you? Mole hands, I think. might have given them twinkle toes if I'd thought about it before I'd skipped past it, but I didn't, so it's too late now. Unpracticed Kitchen Menace. I think there isn't another one that's like alright, is there? There isn't another one that's secretly a positive. There we go. So we'll just make you incapable of cooking. That'll be fine. I think I saw someone do 1,000 kcals, take a tube every 3 cycles, and he made it to Locavore and Carnivore, but he stopped around cycle 100. Well, that's pretty exciting. Carnivore, you just absolutely will get if you do, if you take a dupe every 3 cycles. Every time we've attempted that, we've got Carnivore without trying by like somewhere between 80 and 85 cycles. But does it have that E in it? I think it does. No, I can't spell it. I think I wrote it in the title of the stream. That might be a way for me to look at how I spell it. It's a sad life. Yeah, it does. Embark. But Locavore seems more difficult. Though I've never really prioritized it when doing 100 dupes, so I wouldn't know. Right then. Here we are. Terra, big map, because I'm going to do all the achievements, so I also don't want to go and completely round the twist while I do it. Yeah, Locavore I think is much tougher than Carnivore. As I say, Carnivore I achieve pretty much by accident when doing all the dupes. Wait, Terrania, what is it called? No, it's called Terra Cluster. It's the big one. It's not the small one. No small one. Now, there is a thing to note, which is I have got a mod installed, which we should look at before we begin. Because I found a mod that, I mean, doing the food isn't even a thing, Spoonwood. It's keeping me interested long enough to get to the end. That's the thing. We need to look at these, because I found a mod that gave us a whole bunch of other achievements. So I want to know what they are before I break one of them. Build buildings, dig tiles, reach cycle 1,000. Oh my god, really? Use the neural vacillator 10 times. Fire pole. Walking. 35 living duplicates. Kill 100 critters. Space artifacts. Each planetoid on the star map. That's going to be impossible. Have a duplicate reach oxygen with less than 5 seconds left until suffocation. That's pretty funny. We'll see about that one. I broke it. We obviously don't have to do all of these. I just thought they'd be funny to add in. Where are we? Have a duplicate reach a triage cot under their own power with no more than 10 hit points remaining. Overload a heavy watt conductive wire. Increase the temperature of a building to more than 2226.9 C. Make a unique building generated in a point of interest. I don't even understand what that is. Make a normally non-constructible POI building. Melt a normally non-constructible POI building. Alright. Avoid any duplicate deaths for 100 consecutive cycles. We should do that one pretty straightforwardly. Tame at least one of every critter morph of each critter species in the world. What's your plan for the exosuit achievement? I mean, I hope that it's not as bugged as it always used to be. Probably. Am I going to limit the duplicates until I get it? Maybe. Lose a duplicant to each stock game cause of death. Oh, we're going to have to do that later. Overheated, slain, suffocation, and starvation. Alright then. Eat 1,000 kcal of each food type available on Terra or through care packages. Oh, wow. These are quite fun. I'm actually quite enjoying these. Raise all of a single duplicant's attributes to 10. Jesus. Excavation of 20. Machinery of 20. Athletics of 20. Science 20. Duplicants to 20. Duplicants, cooking, construction, strength, ranching, agriculture. Creativity, Jesus. Can you imagine how long that's going to take? Doctoring. I mean, how are we doing that exactly? I suppose we could have them make so many achievements. And raise a single duplicant's morale to 60. We know we can do that because we've got morale of 102 before, so that's definitely possible. Is the... So many achievements. It is fire. I just thought they'd be fun. There's some here that I don't know if we'll bother to do. Noticeably, there are none that are time limited. So we don't have to worry too much about whether we rush any, so that's good. We might murder some duplicants at the end for that. Does making pills count as a doctoring errand? Because otherwise I don't know how we're doing that. We're also going to have to do it for literal ever. Well, anyway. These should be entertaining. Some of them are pretty cool, actually. Like, I obviously like the critter ventriloquist. Balanced diet, I agree, is pretty cool. Spoonwood. Jack of all trades is pretty interesting because it's the sort of thing that is going to be really difficult to achieve. So it's a really interesting one. The hot ones are quite interesting. The overloading one's quite fun. I mean, these seem a bit RNG dependent, so we'll see about those. Otherwise, seems alright. So, things that I have never done of the regular ones. Just send your dupes unprotected into the core to get the doctoring achievement. I have never done That's Rad. I've never done Sweeter Than Honey. Have I not? I think I have done Sweeter Than Honey. Hang on, I'm going to have to actually check on Steam. See which ones I've done. Which ones haven't I got here? Some of these that it's going to tell me I haven't got, I'll have on the other, on my other thing. So I've done Great Escape and Home Sweet Home on the other one. Moving on up I've done on the other one. Not okay, but pretty cool I have. Or which ones have I never actually done? I've never done Cluster Conquest. Land dupes or rovers on all wards in the cluster. I've never done GMO AOK. I've never done Mind the Gap, Cosmic Archaeology, Radical Trip. Oh, I haven't done Sweeter Than Honey, and I haven't done That's Rad. So there's, what's that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7, like, spaced out achievements that I've genuinely never done. So... it seems too time-based. I mean, these added ones have one to survive until cycle 1000, so we'll see. I don't like this water starting thing. There's water in all the directions. How's the temperature? It's hot there and there. That's also unhelpful. Right. Reckon we're going up here then. No, we'll build a nice wide shaft. That's how your maps start. What, with water everywhere? That is not ideal, to be fair. Excellent. This seems a perfect place to put a bathroom then. We can, yeah. Has this got water in it? It has. We can make it work. Digging straight towards the reliable hatch, not a bad strategy. That is true, actually. We possibly want to leave that hatch in there for a second until we can do anything with it so it doesn't eat all our stuff. Frankly. First things first. Gonna head down here and do a bathroom. In traditional way. Oh, I've still got this on list view. How do I feel about that? I guess I feel alright about it. I'll allow it. Wash basins. Oh, we haven't dug anything out yet. Alright, go dig some stuff. Super. Right, now you've dug some stuff. Sink, sink. Yeah, we'll just put them in here. Map size, world gen. I haven't got either of those. The map size is big. We're Terra cluster. I thought there was a way I could get it to show me it's on the colony view, is it? Colony summary. Isn't there somewhere here that shows me the actual, what's it? Thingy. Oh. Igelix, thank you so much for your subscription. That is incredibly kind. Thank you for your support. I hope you are having an excellent day, and thank you so much for making my day better. It's very kind. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your Shinebug. Is it under settings? Oh, it's here, isn't it? There it is. Do you want my coordinates? Should I put the coordinates in the thing? Hang on, let me copy this and I'll do a Nightbot thing. And we can have one. Add command. We'll call it map. There we go. I think Locavore is a lot easier since they added grubfruit and sweetles. I mean, that's fair. I don't know if there'll be grubfruit and sweetles on the big map. They're on the small map. But I don't know if they're on the big one. Because I thought this was more like old school, like vanilla Oni map. But I wouldn't swear to that. Hello, Scythist. Welcome in. I hope you are having a lovely day. Let us do some plumbing. We will add a pitcher pump. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll just put it here then. Whatever. That's where we'll put it. It'll be fine. We'll cancel those. Nobody cares about those. Right. Off you go then, dupes. The old school map, but with several of the new biomes. Fair enough. Is that a 5-tile high room? It is not. Oh, balls. It sort of is. Thank you, Spoonwad. Nicely spotted. It's so annoying that you can't do that. Because now I can't use my snapshot. I have to actually do it again, which is really aggravating. Well, I can't remember where any of my commands are. There we go. Come here, you. Doing fine. New home is livable, and we're doing some wood cutting. Amazing. If you want a 5-tile high room, that would be fine. Absolutely. But as you correctly surmised, I did not. I had just messed it up. There we go. Pitch a bump. There, actually, that's higher than it should be. You should be there. Thank you. That is completely fine. Just put crown moulding on the ceiling and say you meant to do it. Sounds reasonable. Sounds absolutely reasonable. Clearly, this was my plan all along. I don't know. I in no way feel that such a thing as backseating. And I'm sure we've talked about it before, that I have a very simple solution to backseating. I ignore it. So if I've engaged with your comment, then it is always clear that I do not believe you to have been backseating. Right. Amari, what the hell are you? You're the digger. Here you go then. Rowan, you're the rancher. Nobody does researching, apart from Devon, who is our researcher. And Devon, you're not supposed to do those. Thank you. You are welcome. I have no worries about these things. I know that everyone gets to handle it however they like, really. But so far, I have found that works for me, and I haven't required anything more stringent. I hope that that will continue to be the case forevermore. I'm actually going to deconstruct that building because it's in the way. Do you use the Build Natural Tiles mod? I have turned the Build Natural Tiles mod off for this because I figured with, you know, the existence of Locavore, that the Build Natural Tiles mod was perhaps pushing it, if you see what I mean. Because we have to do Locavore, it seemed like that wasn't the way forward. If we didn't have to do Locavore, then I might well do it, but possibly I'll reinstall it after Locavore, because then it, you know, I don't feel it's getting in the way of any of the achievements. But we certainly won't use it until such a time as we have completed Locavore. Aha. Do know about doors. Amazing. Alright, I'm actually just going to put the door in. In fact, I'm going to take a whole different approach to what I would normally do, and I'm just going to do that. Whatever. Right, beds. Where are you? Yes, I would normally be entirely unbothered, and I'm very relaxed about using it, but it just felt like it might feel slightly easier than it should. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stay back there, you lot. Sleeping with the shine bugs. I'm going to attempt to not sleep with the shine bugs, if at all possible. We're going to attempt to put them over there out the way. We'll see how that goes. But that is the plan. We need to find some more copper. Where is a good source? Up? Down? Let's go down. No, let's go up. There's more copper up. Frankly. Seems excellent. Sleeping with the shine bugs, is that like sleeping with the fishes? I mean, it's not very much like sleeping. That's probably one of the problems. Digging up mealwood. Probably. I probably don't care that much. We can save it for a second, certainly. I suppose we could save these bristle blossoms as well, briefly. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll do it for a minute. I might well dig them up anyway, frankly, but we can save them for a little minute. Oh, this is sand. This is gonna fall down. Lovely. We've done this. These go up to a 7. These go up to a 9. Let's try not to make a mess everywhere. Let's do a schedule. Or 3. Did I make one of them an early bird? Oh, I did. Rowan. Rowan. I don't really want you to sleep early. You're gonna have to wait, frankly, Rowan. I think for now I'm gonna put you on this and I'm gonna move you in a minute. Because if I immediately put you on something else, you'll just go to sleep anyway. So you carry on with that for a bit, Rowan. And we'll give you another schedule in a bit. In the end, we'll give you this schedule. But I think I'll let you get a night's sleep, and then I'll move you again. What you doing, Rowan? Oh, I see. The tubes are using the top door to the toilet. Of course they are. Of course they are. As you well know, the dupes will always use the top door if they think there's even a vague opportunity to do so. It's because they hate me. Disinfecting the bathrooms or no? I would say no. Let us disable disinfect. Sod off. No disinfecting the bathrooms. Oh, that is a thing that we want to do. In the priorities, I'm going to turn toggling up to a very high. So that gets done. Amari, you be careful up there. I don't want you getting stuck. Have we trapped this one? We have. Of course we have. What's the chance of us letting it out? Without letting this one in. Who is trapped? What did I... Amari. What did I say to you? Were there not words had on your behaviour up there? Let's get this open for a second, see if we can get him to go out. I only need one shine bug for the achievement. I mean, that is true. One of the things I might do in the later game to keep us entertained, or to keep me entertained, is we might well install all the random critter morphs. There's a whole bunch of mods that add critter morphs for all the critters. And I might have those, just so I can have some entertainment. I mean, Spoonwood is right, Bug. You should go out, because I will murder you if you annoy me too much. Is the short answer to this. So I advise you go over here with your friend. And keep out of my way. Just a thought there, Shinebug. You got here at a good time? You did, Leofar. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Rowan? Really? Oh, I see you're both in here now instead. Of course you are. Why would you not be? Get out. You know the rules and so do I. Indeed. Where is the Devon? There's the Devon. Hello, Devon. You are now a Leofar. Leofar, welcome in. You're going to be our researcher. Oh no, I've got the schedule thingies on. No, none of those. Right, Rowan, you're awake. We are gonna move you. What the hell is going on here? Ah, I see what's going on here. I never bothered to get rid of these. We are gonna... well, we'll move you to this in a minute. Frankly. Get out of there. Go on. Get out. Quick. Run, duplicants. Rowan. Rowan, run. Run. You literally got toggling turned up to the highest priority, damn you. There's no point doing it now, is it? Because now they're here. You've failed in your responsibilities, Rowan. Indeed, Ukazi is a new colony. Death came upon us in the last colony at the end of yesterday's stream, so we are going to try and do all the achievements, which is essentially, once we get past Locavore and Carnivore, is going to be a race against me not getting bored out of my mind. Well, welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. I had to stop because you were getting about 11 FPS. That sounds like Oni standards, to be honest. I will murder you. How old are you? You're 15. How old is this one? 13. I'm serious, Bug. I will kill you. If you don't go out. Right, that is our first achievement. Oh, yeah, you can't both be in here. Hang on. Our first achievement sorted. Bed and bath. Right, just close this. I'm afraid this shine bug has made a tactical error. And that tactical error is going to lead to its relatively immediate death. Have mercy? Certainly not. Ever done a 3 dupes challenge? Spoonwood, I couldn't cope. You know that I get bored if I don't have enough dupes. I would definitely fail to cope with such a thing. We can fit like a dining room across here. Let's do that. There we go. Thank you very much for the follow. This is gonna be welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. It's getting to the point where I need to rely on challenges. I rely on others' automation, so that's cheating in itself. I do not believe so. I think using others' builds is completely reasonable. Oni is a community. Use the stuff. Have no shame. More duplicants can make Exosuit more difficult to get. Certainly. It can, but I'll live. I'll live. Exosuit may be an aggravating problem. Indeed, Kazi. I agree. You just kind of have to go with it and, like, just play the game. It's gonna be okay. You can have a nice time. We can all have a nice time. We don't need to worry. Ooh, Factorio person, so blueprints are engraved. I bet. Factorio has always been one of those games that's sort of vaguely interested in me, and at the same time makes me absolutely know that it would drive me insane. Where are we gonna ranch? Probably here? Yeah, probably here. To begin with, this is going to be our first ranch, I imagine. searching for more food is just going to be digging literally everywhere. In my normal fashion. Right, you're going to be stuck unless I build these. So let's build some of those. Let's have a look at this. 96. 100. Plus that one. Plus that one. Yes. I am doing the Spaced Out DLC, absolutely, Cassie. Oh, nice. This one has some fairly aggravating water pockets, I would say. That's how I feel about my starting area here. Moderately aggravating water pockets. I mean, definitely worse things have happened, but equally. Do you mean these ones, Spoonwood? I don't think they can make the jump if I don't put them in. But we'll also wind up with... We'll wind up with a fire pole here later on. Or you like to collect all the water into one spot. I used to always do that, Cassie, and then I don't know why I stopped, but I definitely stopped and now I don't bother. I mean, I might do it at some point, but yeah, I've definitely sort of changed in play style from a time when I did always used to do that. I mean, another one where you have just gas now. Ah, no, I'm not going to put it in there. It is going to be a fire pole later. I don't really want slime lung here. So when I was thinking about what I was going to do today, the other thing I considered was whether we were going to do diseases restored. But I decided I couldn't be stuffed with that. I was sort of briefly interested, and then I was like, oh, God. I'm going to have to chlorine clean all my water. It's going to be a pain in the backside. So I decided not to bother. But I was briefly interested in the idea. We might come back and do it at some point. We'll come around to some of those things in a bit. Yeah. I mean, I'm quite well known for not really caring about, like, putting stress on my dupes and things like that early. I tend to solve all of those problems by means of having more dupes. So, that's how I mostly deal with productivity problems. Just have some more dupes. Lovely. How are we getting on here? It's going fine. Lovely. We can now start to do this. Leofar, you need to start learning about the other things. Let's go towards advanced research. We'll be pleased to learn about that. Let us get some mess tables. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to be fine. We will also now put up an oxygen diffuser. And do some wiring. Lovely. Is there mealwood to harvest? Oh, there's some down here, I think I saw. We'll worry about that in a bit. There's also this over here, which we'll probably go towards in a bit. There's quite a lot of water. There's also nearby Drecos, which might be handy for, I don't know, stuff, things. No, it's no worries at all. As I was saying to Spoonwood, you are all free to talk as much as you like about how you think I should play the game, because I'll just ignore anything that I am uninterested in, frankly. So it has never bothered me that people like to talk about it. Also, you know, it's that sort of game, isn't it? Where we spend some time as a community trying to work out how to do stuff. So, also there'll be plenty of opportunity for you to hear me go, wait, how do I do this? What is going on? Because I always spend quite a lot of time doing that. Oh, actually we kind of don't want to have that there. Because we will want to make this a room. I keep forgetting now that the laboratory is a room. 2 science buildings, a light source, and no industrial machinery. Hello, are you industrial machinery? I bet you are. Yes, you are. Of course you are. So I'd have to move you out the back. We could do that. What if we were to make some doors here, for instance? Yeah, we could put you behind this. In the short term. Egalexa, thank you so much for the 10 bits. It's very much appreciated. Oh, hello, Ohms. Yeah, Lyra died. She was trying really hard to die. She got trapped behind a wall we were building, and we got her out before she suffocated, and so then she trapped herself behind a different wall so that she could actually suffocate, which was charming. Thank you very much for the bits, Iglaxia. That is very kind. I hope that you have a lovely day. Thank you for your unicorn bits. They're very pretty. As you like. But as I say, you can give whatever tips you like. I will possibly take them under advisement. I make no promises. You need to go in here, mister. I assume they can build this. Yeah, they can. All duplicates and X reduces duplicate deaths, although that is certainly true, Spoonwood. When you have 63 of them, it is moderately difficult to put them all in exosuits. Water cooler, excellent. I'd like you to build one of those. Oh, where are we in the schedule? Could move Rowan. Should I move Rowan now? Yeah, why not? Let's move Rowan now. I might well do, I don't know, I might do, just bedroom exosuits so that they're always in an exosuit. Or we might do a base. I don't know, I haven't decided. Often if you're trying to get the suit one, having bedroom exosuits so they literally spend their whole day in one can be useful. The other thing that you can do is, because not all of the work counts, you can sort of disable the other work and just make them all do sweeping all day. I think that works. But we'll see. Have you learnt about this other science machine yet? Stations. No, not yet. Alright. Learn about the other science machine. Leofar. Would appreciate that. How are we doing? Right, we've got a dining room. Excellent. We could put some algae here. KJ, Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Spoonwood. That is incredibly kind. Your generosity to the channel is very much appreciated. Thank you, KJ, for the gift sub. Spoonwood, enjoy your ad-free and Shinebug adorned status. Thank you, Spoonwood, so much. And we have reached 20 subscribers, which was my goal, having returned from holiday when obviously nobody was subscribing, because I wasn't here. And why would you subscribe for content you're not getting? It seemed entirely reasonable to me. Alright then. It's our first opportunity to take another duplicant. If only you were a cook, Abe. If you were a cook, I'd be quite tempted to take you. So that you could be the running around and doing things dupe. I'm taking Marie. Marie's evil. Sort of the question is, will we get a better running around dupe in the early game? And we do need to take dupes, because we need to eat calories. And you need the dupes to help you with that. I've seen double doors a lot, and not used why. Suit is a start on the clothing one, that is also true. I'm tempted by Abe, but... Yes. Yes, Spoonwood. I agree. We did the maths when we did it on the, on vanilla. And yes, as long as we have 8 by then. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think we'll take the suit. Right, we've learnt about the big science machine, so we need the other thing to make a great hall, which is a plant pot. Let's get going with that. Double doors. So the double doors are essentially just airflow. And you can build them right at the beginning, unlike airflow tiles. And the other reason to use them rather than airflow tiles is that a double door is the same amount of resource as a single airflow tile. So that would be the reason for the double doors. That's certainly why I use them. Right, let's get that done. Oh no, they filled up the water butt. Don't do that. You just have to look at it. You don't get to actually drink out of it, dupes. Good grief. Very idea. Right, this, I want you to put sandstone in it. Sandstone? Yeah, I quite like putting sandstone in it. I know that everybody likes stone hatches quite a lot, but my problem with stone hatches is actually igneous rock and granite are both pretty useful. And sedimentary rock is often not necessarily that extensive. Whereas sandstone I don't really find I have any use for once I get out of the sandstone biome. This, I want you to put algae in it. Thank you. Extra sandstone because of the wasteland. I mean, yes, there is more sandstone in Spaced Out than there used to be. But that's another reason for me to just use sandstone, I would say. Oh, you really like airflow for the airflow tiles for the carbon dioxide? Yeah, no, that's fair. But yeah, that's why I use the double doors, is so that I don't have to do that necessarily, or at least not immediately. Let's build a plant pot. Why haven't you finished this, you lot? Have I given you too many other things to do? I mean, that's pretty standard for me. You can rest assured that the duplicants will always have too much work on. This is why I have to take more of them all the time. Let's head towards toilets. Why not? Actually, do you know what? Well, it's all part of a parcel of the same thing. Where's the bloody this? Go on, we'll do this. I just use sandstone until it runs out. In fact, I'll even go as far as trying to dig up all the sandstone in swamps and jungles. How are you getting on with heat? One of the things that got me when I first started playing. I don't have too much trouble. We'll build a base by the time heat is a thing. Certainly on a Terra map, I don't have a lot of trouble with heat. I do prefer cold maps on the whole. But I'm not that worried about heat. You will find that I tend to be quite blasé about an awful lot of the mechanics in Oni. Partly because I've played a lot of it, and partly because I'm lazy. And the answers to those. So yeah, you will notice this being a general factor. Hello. Right. We haven't dug up a briar seed yet. Are you kidding? Dupes, I can't believe you haven't dug up a briar seed yet. We could go over there to get one. We could go over there to get one. Why don't we do that? I mean, we won't get there necessarily super quickly, but now a thing I would like you to do when you get there is to make sure you put this in. Oh, I wanted some doors on the back of this. Idiot. Let's have a look. What am I looking at? This. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, you see? That's why we need doors. If you get ranches up, heat takes a long time to become an issue. You just shuffle a few times and the ranch spawns go for there. Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, I can't think of a recent particularly good one we've had in terms of heat. I've had quite a lot recently where I do have a reasonable amount of heat coming through. But as we can't plant mealwood or anything in this because of the locavore restriction, I think we're going to be not too bothered about that, to be honest. Are you having a sleep, Amari? I suppose that's acceptable. I'd probably like you to... Oh, this is on a 6, right? Okay. This can wait a minute because we can't do anything with the hatches anyway. I would like you to prioritize digging a little bit further down here so that we can drop some of this carbon dioxide out the way. You don't have to do loads, just a little bit. That would be lovely. Did I beat my record? I did not, Arizia. Instead, I died. There was someone I was supposed to be saying hello to, I think, that I forgot about many, many things ago. Was it KJ? KJ. All going to the farm upstream in the tear. We had a Lyra who really, really, really wanted to be stuck behind a wall and suffocate. So that happened. But such is life. These things happen. You happy about stuff? I'm glad to hear you're happy about stuff, dupes. Leofar, when are you going to learn about whatever this is? In a bit. How has Amari got more XP than you, Leofar. What have you been doing? Caltimus, welcome in. Sometimes dupes really, really want to be ghosts in your wall, they do. That is definitely a thing that can happen. Oh, that is a nice big cool area, I have to say. Not bad at all. Well, that reminds me, I haven't seen any of the, we haven't seen any of the things. These things. Teleporters and stuff like that yet. Right then. How are you doing? You do seem to have managed to produce quite a lot of carbon dioxide all of a sudden. There we go. Let's plant that. Then at least you'll be happier. We're going to get down here. Which way are we going to go? Probably this way. It's not as far down as I'd prefer. But, we can do power. And what's it down here? I agree. It's very unusual to have a digger builder outdo the researcher in terms of learning XP. Especially since Leofar here is a quick learner. I assume it's because I think they get more XP for doing a task that they're interested in. Leofar, why are you doing that? Why didn't Rowan do it? He's literally our farmer. Outrageous. We're definitely waiting, Spoonwood. We're not cheating the geysers. I've never really found the point. It takes away some of the fun of the geysers. This is quite likely to be the first place we break into, though. Once we get down here. I suppose I'll try not to have the duplicants continually get slime lung, but I don't promise anything on that front. For sure. What have I done here? Something is wrong. This is wrong. That is wrong. Just there. Because the researcher isn't set to operate if researching is done. I mean, researching isn't done. That's the thing. And I actually prefer to have someone else do the operating, if at all possible. Because then they can carry on with the researching while somebody else runs on the goddamn wheel. So, they are actually set down on farming though. And operating comes beforehand. So there is actually no excuse. For them to have done that. Well, I know what the excuse is. The excuse was that this was a 6. So they went, oh, 6. Must do the 6. Even though that wasn't quite what we might have hoped for. What are we researching here, Leofar? We're doing decontamination. Is that fine? I mean, we'll be wanting it fairly soon, I guess. Actually, since you can't, in fact, finish that research, let's get you to start doing some power as well. There's a bunch of early techs we're going to want. Yes, Caltimus. I did start with the farmer rancher. Rowan is our farmer rancher. I did foolishly decide that I would do the all achievements. I really need to do some of the late game stuff, and I need a reason to actually force me to do it. So this is my reason to do it. I considered starting on Arborea, because we did the original all achievements on Arborea. And I'm still moderately amused by AAA Arnie for all achievements Arborea. But, oh well. That's fine. Can we get this one built, Amari? No, 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 you little what name. Get back out there. Thank you. Because Amari's fine. The game doesn't really require that much micro. They'll be fine. Alright, with that built, we should be able to get them to chop that out. I'd also like to get this done, because if we can get this done, then we can do a thing. What's the thing we can do if we get this done? Who is entombed? Oh, well, that doesn't really matter. Whenever. We can make the laboratory. That's the thing. I knew there was some stuff that I was thinking of. Which would involve us moving that back there. Are we learning about jumbo batteries? We are. Amazing. We'll also build one. Look at that. Super. Speed of 6s. Let's do those. Thank you, Amari. Yes, make a research room. Absolutely. That was the thing that I had thought about and then forgotten about. But that is the thing that we're going to try and get them to do right now. Leofar. Out the way, you. I don't usually care about run speed, to be honest. I usually prefer ladder rather than tiles anyway to drop the mess down, but I don't think either of them are super important. I tell you what we could do though. Leofar, come and put on this. Oh, you're gonna have dinner instead. Oh, you can put it on later. That's fine, they won't go in there anyway. Have we got enough metals? Yeah, we've got plenty. Lovely. I'm just going to go to bed. You're not going to put on your suit. I mean, we'll have tiles later. I'm just not very min-maxy, is the truth of it. Not necessarily super interested in min-maxing. Come on, you lot. Get on with life. Oh, Amara's having an eat. Well, that's not going to make anything happen, particularly soon. Did I finish my tea? No, I let it get cold again, didn't I? Iglaxia, thank you again for the bits. That's very kind of you. Streaming has meant that I have to drink cold tea a surprising amount, you know. I would never have drunk cold tea before this, but now I seem to forget about my tea on such a regular basis that it becomes necessary. I need to pay attention to the eventual Pacu farm. My homegrown design too often ends up with no Pacu in as they age out. Critter sensors are your friend, Brynry. I can show you the Pacu farm. We can have a little talk about it. So the Pacu farm's pretty simple in terms of what it consists of. Right. You have the bit at the bottom, which is where you put your breeder pacu, and you have the bit on the right hand side where the ladder is next to the bin where you put all your other pacu. The trick of it is that all eggs get moved up to the conveyor drop-off in the top right, and a critter sensor decides whether you have critters in the breeding pool. If not, it drops some in, and if you have critters in the breeding pool, it just chucks them in the other side to live there forever. I will show it more when we build it, as we almost inevitably will. In fact, I'll probably get one built quite early, considering we need to eat plenty of meat, and fish are meat. What are we learning about? What would I like to learn about? We are going to need to do ranching, but we haven't even got farming yet, so nuts to that, really. I think in the short term we'll do this. Actually Leofar has a skill point. Leofar, you finally got your advanced research. Excellent work. I'd like you to deconstruct these. That is actually important. And then I would also like you to build these two as a priority. Using the blueprint mod. I love the blueprint mod. I have to say, I need to have more blueprints that I keep. I need to actually spend some time in a sandbox map and make the blueprints, because there's a whole bunch that I use all the time and I don't have saved. No, that is being deconstructed. Look at you in your hat, Amari. Isn't that nice? Now, oh, you haven't put the doors on the front. Put the doors on the front for me. This actually can be open, as can this. But hopefully, yes, we've got a laboratory. A fire pole is a good shout. This is our place for a fire pole. There will be one in the future, for sure. Sulfur spotted up? Oh yes, there is. Anything more than 4, reject the eggs. I usually only keep 2 breeders on the whole. In that one, it can handle 3 without being too full, and I think it's just about big enough to handle 4. 5. No, I think 3 is its maximum, if I recall correctly. But I usually only use 2. No hatches so far. We haven't seen any hatches, no. Oh, obviously we know there's this one here that we haven't bothered to dig out yet, because it'll just start eating our stuff if we do that. But also we need to wait for 2 level ups on Rowan, so I mean that'll take a little while anyway. How do you deal with power? I think I'll deal with it later. And then it slaps you in the face. I sometimes do the same thing, is the honest thing, Kazi. We will have a small early power setup here, which will involve some coal generators. Oh, I can't do coal generators. Nuts, chat. I've just remembered one of the stupid achievements, haven't I? Oh, I forgot how much I hated this one. Where are you, you little... what name? Super sustainable. Oh my lord. That's going to upset me no end. Alright. Well, that's going to be annoying. It's not like you even need hatches on this map for Carnival. It's easier to dig down with less carbon dioxide. I mean, I'm just going to build a carbon skimmer anyway. I'm going to build a toilet cleaning setup. Rowan, you can now be a farmer. Now you only need 1 more skill point. Unfortunately, we can't give you any farming to do. This colony is going to be run on people power. Fire. Unfortunately, that is going to be a thing that's going to have to happen. Right. Bearing that in mind, what are we going to do? You've only just got that, so we don't need to do the, what's it? These ones. So I think we will learn about these. That one first? No, let's do the carbon skimmer first, because it also gives us the deodorizer if we decide we want to go in here. Hopefully you find a hydrogen vent. Yeah, because I'm immediately going to be in the position to deal with 500-degree hydrogen. I'm sure that'll be fine. It'll be fine. We've done it before. It's just boring. Metal refineries with steam turbines can pick up the pace. Tuning up hydrogen generators on your spawn. That is true, actually, because we do also need to do the tune up for what achievement. Which is one that I would never normally get involved with. Because I don't care about it. But it is going to be one that we're going to need to do. Excellent. Look at you, making bristle blossoms back there. What are you doing? Oh, going to eat. Fair. Ooh, what have I told you about that? Tune up for what? I love this game. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called, isn't it? I don't think I've got that wrong. I'm pretty sure it's tune up for what? It's not these ones. Must be further up. Oh, it's not. It's something else. What is it called? Get a room, slick, it's not raw. Oh, it's called Finely Tuned Machine. Oh, apparently I'm just funnier than they are. Apparently. Yeah, definitely just funnier than they are. Yes, I am pleased that there's going to be like oil and lead and stuff down here. Also diamond. I miss those things. We could actually make a fish tank here. I mean, we're not going to do it immediately, but if we look at the blueprint, this is going to be quite a nice area to build a fish tank in. Yeah, we might well do that. Printables. Oh, and there's shovels. Ugh. That's valuable water. It'll be fine. We don't need it. In what way are you hoping they patch the Pacus? Alright, who have we got? We've got a not very good operator. You know, you're a mouse breather. Oh, there we go. Turner. You are a gourmet, which I hate. But you do have 8 operating. And I am always excited to have an operator. Especially an early operator. Oh, because it's an infinite food source? Yeah, no, that's fair. You do have to feed them. Come here, Turner. Welcome in. Get a tinkering hat. You're going to be an operator, matey. Let's give you a schedule. You can go on this schedule. Let's give you some priorities. You are now in charge of the operating. Aren't you lucky? And you've done your skills. You're all good. Right, what's going on here? We don't have enough water. That's fine. Oh yes, that is absolutely why we have taken on an operator, so that they can get started on mechatronics. There is no other reason for that. Are we still gonna build the... Yeah, we'll do the carbon skimmer here still. It's quite a nice place to do it. It's a bit upsetting that we've got slime this side, but we'll just have to live with it, essentially. But we may want to build a power setup for the dupes to run on extensively somewhere else than where I would normally put it, because we don't want them to have to run down here all the time. I mean, they can do. Actually, if we put the what am I talking about? Oh, if we put the carbon scanner down here, they could run down here and it would be fine. I hope your washing is all good. They eat so little it lasts forever. I mean, that is true. They are certainly moderately overpowered. Right. Probably this one. If we're going to take water out of somewhere, we're probably going to take it out of here. Or maybe just here, to be honest, because I mean, we're going to build something on top of this. This is going to be a fully fledged bathroom fairly shortly. Alright, you lot, what are we doing now? Let's have a look at our research. What are we doing now? Learning about decontamination. Lovely. After that, we are gonna learn about ranching. And after that, we're gonna learn about power transformers and water sieves. Yes, and then we'll reassess. Yes, power transformers. I like to overload my line pretty dramatically. So, power transformers are pretty necessary. Is the truth of that one. Igalitska, thank you very much. I will... you could let me know how I could say your name correctly? Igalixa. Igalixa? That would be super, but thank you very much for the bits. It's very kind of you. We'll have to do rock crushing fairly soon, but rock crushing is a really easy one to do because it's only this one. That's what I'm attempting to say there. Igalixa, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the bits. Thank you for your support. It's very much appreciated. I am glad I am managing to say your name without butchering it too badly. It makes a nice change. The other advantage of having an operator is that I always put them on building and digging, like, as a backup, and that means that Amari here gets someone to help them out. Which is definitely worthwhile. I would like to actually break in here, partly just so that we could allow someone to come in to harvest these if they happen to, do the thing. Excellent. Speaking of things that we'd like to harvest, Let's build a couple of things there underneath Turner here. Still no hatches. I like crack digging. I mean, we can't do anything with the hatches yet anyway. There's going to be plenty of time for that. Do you know what we might do though? I don't want to... If this is a hatch here, I don't want to drop him in the water. So if we can get that built, then we'll come in here. There'll be plenty of time for hatches. Won't be a problem. Right, we've done carbon skimming. Cool. Right. Then I would actually like to... Yeah, we'll just break straight in there. Thank you. Alright. Things that we're going to start setting up. Because why not? We will. How many tubes have I got? 4. That's alright. Carbon skimmer. Yes. Your washing refuses to dry, and you're not angry at all. I mean, Ukazi, if that's UK Azzy, and you're indeed in the UK, then I'm in no way surprised that it's refusing to dry today. Considering it's certainly chucking it down by me. Right, we know about ranching. That's excellent. We're going to build a bit of the ranching. So we can get started on that. That one. Where's the drop-off? Feeder. There we go. Lovely. Alright. The ranch is ready. Oh, you're using a dryer. Not much snow. No, we had some snow here last night. But then it melted by like lunchtime yesterday. So wasn't really a big deal. And since then it's been mostly raining. What's the size on the ranch? Oh, we've got some 102. Why is it 102? Am I failing to count? Oh yeah, it's just the ceiling. Right, well that's fine. We'll get them to dig that out. Come here. Need to do some digging up here, mates. Yes. To dig all of this out. And then you need to put some floors in here. Thank you. Are we building at a 6 still? Bet I am, aren't I? Oh well, that's not a big deal. Right, are we learning about water sieves? Because that's what I'd like to be learning about. What am I learning about? Well, we will be learning about water sieves at some point. We're currently learning about transformers, hydrogen generators. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Same. Nah. It was not exciting, the snow this time. Not like the snow we had in December, which literally sat on the ground here for a week. I can't remember a time I've had snow like it. Especially considering it didn't snow again. It just stayed remarkably cold. No, we don't know what hatches are yet. How do we know what morbs are? Why do I know what morbs are, game? I can't see it. We got fish here though, which is another reason to break in here. I can't see the morb. There's also another vent and or geyser up there. Why do I keep the doors shut? Some of them we will open. Bedrooms I tend to keep closed in case of shine bugs getting out and wandering around. Other ones we can open. I leave the top ones shut because I don't want people walking in them anyway. Oh, no, it's not growing because they've cramped themselves. We could murder this one now it's had a baby, to be fair. And that'll solve the issue. Or it won't. Yeah, there you go. You instantly killed the shine bugs. We have to keep them for one of the add-on achievements that I've added on, where we have to ranch one of everything. I think it's only base morphs. Let's have a quick look at the add-on achievement. Oh no, there's one in... Isn't there a regular one as well? What is it called? Critter Whisperer. Yeah, so we have to do a shine bug. I thought I saw one in the add-on things as well. What is it called? Critter ventriloquist. Oh, every critter morph of each critter species in the world. Oh, you know what that means. That means we need to do all the goddamn bugs. Oh, dear Christ. That's going to get annoying very quickly. We still haven't dug up any other hatches, as far as I can tell. Which is moderately surprising, I would say. Nope. Still haven't found a hatch. There we go. A crack digger, where are you? Ah, we'll get to it. Until I can wrangle them, I'm not super excited about having to dig them up. Because if I can't wrangle them, then they're just going to eat stuff. I mean, we're not going to be super short of resources on this map, so it's not as huge a problem. But I'm still not a huge fan of it. Excellent. We can get in there. One day these will die, and we can get in here as well. Well, die. Get used up. Lovely. What did we just learn about? Gas filter, liquid filter, sludge press. Why am I learning about that? I see. Because it's on the way to water sieving. Alright then. Well, that's reasonable. Now, you there. I'm gonna want one of you here. Yeah, that's fine. I'm also gonna want... We've learnt about them already. We're gonna want some deodorizers there, and 1, 2, 3, 4 there. Look, I managed to accidentally build this exactly the size that I wanted. Oh, I much prefer ladders for crack digging rather than floors, I have to say. Been preoccupied with a game that isn't me building a colony. Just finished Wo Long. I know nothing about it. But I hope it was loads of fun. Have we learnt about sinks and proper bathrooms? We have. Oh, it's like Dark Souls. Fair enough. At least I know what Dark Souls is. I'm not well known for being the most up-to-date, let's say, with my gaming knowledge. Have we learned about fridges? No? Might want to do that so that we can move stuff away from things. Yeah, you're pushing your luck a little bit with Neo. That's not one I've heard of. A ladder won't dig up the crack underneath my outhouse. I mean, it will. But we'd have to put a floor back there. Yes, I know the back-end beds will get lights from the shine bugs. We'll worry about it at such a time that we have anyone to sleep in them. It is very possible that this Shinebug will eventually get murdered. Ah, I see you, Sweetles. Can we get to you? And we could do. We'd have to go through all this nasty polluted oxygen. Would we? No, we could go a bit sideways. We could come up here and get to you. Let us consider making another ranch just above. Since we can't plant anything, we will make it one of these for now. Because I can't use the secondary ability of the Sweetles for now anyway. It would disable the outhouse. Yes, it definitely would. That is true. We still not seen hatches? No, we still don't know what hatches are. Printables. Let us see. Cycle 9. What do we got? We've got a cook, who's also an operator. Oh, I've got a tidying suit. Oh, God. I mean, we could take Catalina. Her eating more isn't actually an enormous problem. And I do like that she has tidying and suit wearing, an early bird, to go with the cooking. And I would like a cook. Yeah, when we can actually ranch them, we'll go hunting for the critters, for sure. Shall we take Catalina? I think the answer is yes. What have I got? I've got 40,000 calories. That's 10 cycles. I've got a lot of digging to do. Welcome in, Catalina. You've earned a skill point. We are gonna make you a cook immediately. Because although I'm tempted to put you into carry first, that always means that when I've actually got things to cook. In fact, I think I've got things to cook right now. My question is, where are we gonna put the kitchen? Are we gonna put it up here? I mean, we could do. There's plenty of room above it for more bedrooms, so sure, let's do that. I mean, we're quite a long way from the spice grinder, so I mean, we could get the spice grinder. But before we do that, we're gonna get Brute Force Refinement and this. Because now is the time to do that. Thank you. Insufficient oxygen, I in general agree. Well, I sort of agree. That's what I'd say to that. Where do I want to put this? I think we'll put it back here. That'll be fine. Are you an industrial machine? You are not an industrial machine. Fine. You can go here then. Right, this, I can't tell you what I want you to put in it because we don't know what it is yet. So, we'll just have to wait. Back to here? Sure, whatever. Yeah, I don't really care about the heat. You go. Heat things up as you like. What I do care about is I want to build a water sieve. This way round? This way round is fine. And then I would like to build some pipes. Pipes. Alright. Oh, Catalina. I don't think I've... Oh, you've got early bird as well. Nuts. Let's give you a new schedule then. We are going to put you down here. Thank you. And we are going to say that you are our cook. And you don't do... Let's start you with just not doing those ones. We'll leave you on the operating for now. Later on I might well take them off the possibility of operating when we have actual, like, creatures that, not creatures, when we have actual, machines that need actual operating. But, there's still no worries about the critters. There's no need to worry about the critters until such a time as we can actually do anything with them. Also, we've got Sweetles up here. And we've got fish down here. So we've got a load of other meat that we can go and fetch. We're not really... We're fine. We're just in general fine. It's not really a big issue right now. It might be later, but not yet. Let me have a look at the light. You there. This one. You could move. Yeah. You're going to start to be an issue. Okay. So we've got one more dupe before you become an issue. That's fine. Right then, you. Let's give you a... grill. Have we learnt about fridges yet? No, still haven't learnt about fridges. Can you dig those two out again? Thank you. Do. I think we're going to run out of sand. No, we're not going to run out of sand. There's no way we're going to run out of sand. It's going to be fine. You, how much do you make? 400. We're going to need 3. 1. Now, I think I learnt about one. Oh, it was a joke. Fair enough. I have had, I've definitely done maps where running out of sand is a genuine problem. And maps where you pretty much have no sand, which also is a fairly significant problem. Let's actually learn about fridges. Well, that's kind of a problem, isn't it? I sort of wish I'd built you all one further back now, but I don't think I'm gonna move you. I mean, I could move you all. It's not really the end of the world, right? I'd like you to cook this. And probably this. And I guess that. One, 2, 3, 4. So, you see, if we... Yeah, we're gonna do it. Hang on. Sorry, I know you've just built all this stuff, but can you stop doing that? Apologies. Right. Everything needs to move back one so I can put some doors on it. Not thinking about coal. I can't use coal, Yukazi, because of super sustainable. We have to generate pretty massive amounts of power before we can build coal generators, wood burners, natural gas generators, or petroleum generators. All of which is deeply annoying, but there we go. Is the way it is. I hate super sustainable. If I'd remembered that super sustainable existed, I might never have begun this. Because, my lord, how I hate it. No worries at all. Also, usually, even when people who know things forget about them and ask questions that they later realise they would have known the answer to, there's probably someone in chat who doesn't know the answer. So it's always pretty cool to just, you know, ask and find stuff out. We've done a colony achievement. I have no idea what that would be. Oh, it's not raw. Of course, we actually cooked something. I never get that this early. Yeah, so we need to generate 240,000 kilojoules of power. And so far, we've generated 600. Which is, in general, I feel sad times. Very sad times. Right. Yes, you're going to move all that stuff back. Also going to cancel that. This is almost certainly going to extend into that. We're going to build that there. Power transformer. I like super sustainable. Locavore is the one I like less because it means no early farm, live no early farm, and you have ranches, why farm later? For Jorge and Dracos. Space food. You kind of need to farm for space food now, I would say. 1.2 gigawatts, Marty. This is some sort of Rick and Morty reference, I assume. No, that's a Marty. That's a Back to the Future reference. Lordy. Alright, you there. I would like you to have a fridge. Did we learn about fridges yet? No, still haven't learned about fridges. Thank you very much for the follow, you can see. Worry not. Do you need mushrooms and lettuce for space food? No, but you need sleet wheat and bristleberries. For berry mush. Or whatever it's called. Doner kebab will do. 1, 2, 3, 4. I cannot remember the last time I had a doner kebab. Refinement. Storage bin. Right, so the reason we just did all of that is because I sort of realised that if we put some doors on this. Thank you very much for the bits, Eagalixer. They are very kind of you, as ever. Alright, we should be able to do this. And in here we should be able to build furniture. Park sign. Excellent. Yeah, you don't normally need it, but we've got a thing already, and we've also actually... This is actually doing us gristleberries, which could do with a fridge. We're not learning anything. I would like to learn something. Sure, let's learn about incubators. We'll want them fairly soon. Right, let's rebuild our pipes. Here. The next thing we're going to want to do... in fact, we know where this pipe is going. This pipe is going to go up here like this. The next thing we're going to want to do is I'm going to want to move this. You, Cassie, thank you so much for your subscription. That is very kind of you. I'm glad you've been having a nice time. That pleases me. It's kind of the point. Thank you so much. Your support is very much appreciated. It is always worthwhile. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Here. We'll have to do a little bit of digging out. Somebody's going to get wet and mad about it. That is what is about to happen here. Sorry, dupes. Oh, no worries at all. Have a lovely time, and we hope to see you again. Watch a hatch drown. I mean, that is possible. There might be one in here. I would prefer not to be wet. To be fair, Leofar, you are less likely to be wet, being the researcher. It is not necessarily super likely that you are the one who's going to wind up being wet. Fridge. Let's put a fridge in there. Right, I would like to hold that open. We'll probably wind up wanting to hold this one open as well when we build a, what's it? Thank you very much, Yukazi, and thank you again for your subscription. It's very kind. Have a lovely rest of your day. Did I build a second one of these? I did. Lovely. They're working away. Oh, do you know what you could have in here as well? You could have a bin for some algae. That'd be fine. Oh no, I put one here. You don't need a bin. Oh, you could have a bin for dirt. You could put that in there if you wanted. Right, you can stick all the stuff in you. Why not? Excellent. Good job, Amari. Apparently, no, it was a mealwood seed. Why are we carbon skimming? I mean, who died? Lyra died. Lyra got herself stuck behind a wall, and we rescued her. And then Lyra got herself stuck behind another wall, and then she died. And then I sort of thought about carrying on, but I couldn't be bothered. So we're going to do all the achievements instead. I hope that you are having a lovely day. What was I going to put in here? Oh, I know. Dirt. Yes, just like you, Emily. We're going to give that one a go again. It's been a... I've still got a bunch of them that I've never done in Spaced Out, so we are going to try that. Which side is it? Oh, we can sketch it out, actually. Where are you, you what names? Plumbing. I'm literally looking at you as we speak. Right. Printables? Let's have a look. What are we going to get? Wow. Another operator. I don't think we're taking the digging decorating doctor. Although I kind of like that Travaldo is a digging decorating doctor. That's fairly entertaining. But at a higher pace, I guess. I really take my time. I mean, we'll see. We'll see about pace. This might well be one where I do some stuff in the evening when we're not live. Can we say no to Stinky? The rancher isn't ready yet. Spoonwood. The rancher is still not ready. Alright. We're probably gonna try and do things a bit faster than that. That is true. We do have to find more calories if we take Stinky. He's pretty good though. Well, we're gonna have to find them somewhere. Nah, we've got one. No, it's alright. We'll take some algae. We've got one. We took a good operator. Lovely. Right. This we're going to fill with sand. Thank you. Hello, these are sort of built now. We could connect them up. You could run on them, dupes. I'm sure you'd enjoy it. We definitely could get rid of that one. Yeah, I'm sort of with Spoonwood. We said no to Stinky just because of the amount of food that we need to garner without farming. If I could just rack up my my thing as I liked, then we definitely would have taken Stinky. The other reason we didn't take him is because Turner. Because we already have Turner, who's pretty good. If I didn't have Turner, we definitely would have taken it. I mean, if Turner had been something else and not an operator, we definitely would have taken him regardless. Sorry, dupes. I know you're gonna hate me, but whatever. Is that necessary? I suppose it's not really necessary. Hang on. Changed my mind. It's not completely necessary, because we can instead just run this one further down. Bridges. Oh, I've built all these pipes out of bloody sandstone. I know that isn't really a problem, but it offends me every time. Right then, I'll leave you to get on with that. At some point someone will come down and actually dig these. Can I prioritize these digs up so we can finish this? Thank you. Thank you, Amari. I know you're a bit wet, but you'll be fine. You'll be fine. There you go, look, they've started running on the thing. That definitely means that, I mean, you're not doing any harm, you can stay there, whatever. Dibs on a future Nisbet? Absolutely. You can have dibs on a future Nisbet. I don't think we've even seen a Nisbet yet. I don't build the advanced bathroom until I have my ranches set, usually. No bathroom until Carnivore? Why? It doesn't really make any sense, Spoonwood. Those two things do not interact with each other. Lovely. Let's learn about something else. What can we learn about now? We've learned about fire poles. That's quite cool. What do we want to learn about next? I mean, we haven't found anything that we can use that on. We might want, might well want liquid reservoirs, all things considered. Oh, I can't plant thimble reeds, can I? Oh, that's bloody annoying. We could, this is sort of in the way. Ooh. In some way, I want to make a polluted water off-gassing pool. Oh, hang on. You need to put the power into these. Thanks. Cheers. Sorry. Right, I want that one dug out so I can finish sealing up this. Buildings lacks raw resources. The electric grill, that's not a problem. What have we got in here? Just muckroot? Alright then. Alright then. What's up with this? This is harvest ready. Ugh. Outrageous behaviour. Now, did this work? It did. Excellent. We have a nature reserve. Because of the time spent making it, again, it's gonna be fine. It's just not a thing that I'm worried about. Right, you finished this? Excellent. Let's seal that up. You've got a little while to go down there. We'll be wanting a drowning pool relatively soon. So, we might prepare one. For future use. Get a binge eater just in case we've got one. Catalina the cook is it has a bottomless stomach. So yeah, we're not necessarily short of eating. I mean, I've still got quite a lot of cycles to sort stuff out in. Did I learn about incubators? I did. Lovely. So there's a thing that we'd like to make then, which is in refinement. Which is here. There we go. Lovely. We'd like to make a rock crusher. We will build it. Well, there will be fine. Cheers. Actually, let's build you one further back just in case we decide at a later date that we would like a door in front of it for some reason. But you never know, we might do. Am I digging on a 6? No, I'm not. Right, let's do some more research. What have we learnt about now? I think we learnt about those, which is good. Ooh, we might learn about oxygen masks. We might not want them to have the... What's the word? Is this a rancher? No, it's a Mari. Nearly there. We might not want them to have the slime dung all the time, just because it'll give it, because of the speed debuffs and everything. So we might try and not do that. Nope. We do not currently have the skill points. Soon. They're coming. We could do with another bedroom. These things are sort of in the way. I'm gonna go up anyway. I can't build it there because there's hydrogen in the way. Oh, we'll find somewhere. Whatever. Nuts to it. We'll work it out. We could build it underneath. We could probably go this way. Could have a bedroom here. Are you this much of a worrier in your regular life, Spoonwood? We can set this one up because we know what we're going to put in them. We don't know what we're going to feed them, but we know what we're going to put in them. Lovely. Right, this is done. Liquid. Water. Enable auto bottle. Lovely. Guess not. Just me, or are you all building things in a particularly random order? No, I mean, I don't really mind. Whatever you like. It's coming along. We can worry about it another time. No hauling box? No, no hauling box mod this time. I have deliberately uninstalled the hauling box mod. I decided that it was a little bit too helpful for a run where I wanted to do all achievements. The other one I have disabled is the buildable natural tiles. So those two are gone. Do I want any of this? I mean, we'd kind of like smart batteries, but without coal, it's a lot less necessary. What else might we want? Might want insulated tiles? Maybe at some point in the future. Yeah. I don't know. Not necessarily super enamoured. I think we'll go for this. We'll go for solid transport as well. Pez dispenser? I don't think I know what the Pez dispenser is. Yeah, I'd like them to finish this bit off before we queue up any other building for them. You know how I feel about that. But you can open this one. You can also open this one, because there's no reason why not. But you can't go through here. There you go. You see, it's a compromise, dupes. It's a compromise. Oh, the auto dispenser. Yeah, I like the auto dispenser as well. I'm quite a big fan. Alright. This is certainly built enough. Oh, there is a thing that we need to do that we have not done, however, which is I haven't allowed for a way to actually put the water into this. How high up? Yeah, we could come in the top here. That would do fine. Why don't we come in here? And there'll be a nice easy way to add the water to the thing. Sure, whatever. Do you know what? Let's do this. It's gonna be lovely. Let's do this. Excellent. Right, sorted. You can do that. We will want that to have a thing. We're not doing this? I have enabled auto bottle. Apparently that's pretty low on everybody's schedule of things to do. I thought it, you know, we might as well. Oh, I think we're there. Yes, Rowan has the skill point. Rowan, you are a rancher. So, you're going to drop all the way down to the bottom, aren't you? I don't strictly want you to drop all the way down to the bottom. What if I put a tile just here, and then we'll dig out that hatch, and then we will go looking for other hatches to join it. Amari, what are you doing? Oh, you've done it. Oh, I see. Excellent work, Amari. You're very, whatever the word is, efficient. Could start on the shine bug. I'm not going to have him waste time on the shine bugs yet. It is odd that we haven't seen any other hatches, I have to say. Definitely could be considered unusual, but it's fine. Let's, excellent work. Right. Wrangle. 9. Critters. Hatches. Hatchlings. 7. Let's get them delivered. And these are also important. Not that that should be a big deal. What are you doing? Rowan, don't clean the toilets. I mean, they need cleaning, so it's fine. I'll allow it, but... There you go, Turner. Bit more carry for you. Excuse me. What you doing, Rowan? Do you believe you can't get it? Unreachable, my arse. Is it unreachable? Load of nonsense. Right. Let's have a little investigate about what is underneath here. Good. How are we getting on this? This is getting done. Rowan, what are you up to now, mate? I have questions. I definitely have questions. Here you are. You're on your way to move it. What have we got in here? Nothing. Oh, actually, you don't even need to. Just build a thing over it. It's fine. Got any water? Not yet. Fine. Lovely. First hatch acquired. Can you eat sand? Hatch? Oh, you can. Can we sweep this then? The only other thing in here is coal, which is fine. And these are, sweetles, so we don't have to worry about them. I did deliberately build the thing. I wanted to see what was in it. But now I'm relaxed about that. We got water running yet? Very nearly. Oh. Really? Must you? If you get this built, then we'll get the carbon skimmer going, and it won't be so manky down here. There's always a plan, dupes. You just have to believe in the plan. Trust the process. New printables are available. What do we got? We haven't got any calories. That's definitely a thing worth noting. I don't really want another researcher right now. Or a rocketry builder. And Abe, a suit wearer, isn't exciting enough for me to take it. Right. Which means it is now time to do some exploratory digging. What do we got? You? You need to be a thing. What else we got? Oh, we haven't actually got that many. This can get dug up. Also that. That. Sure. Oh, actually, we'll probably need that, won't we? There you go. Come digging over here. Gonna come digging in here. And that one. This is gonna be a thing. This is gonna be a thing. I will have to try and keep an eye out for the hatches. In case they drop down. But, nope. We got water in these? We have. Right. Go away. Medicine sinks. Speed, go away. These can go away. This can be open, by the way. No duplicates in here. Research complete. Excellent. What do we want to learn about next? Maybe we'll learn about the spice grinder. Why not? You never know, it might be useful. Do. There we go. We don't really need any more of this, so we can deconstruct that for now. Spice grinder for what? To make the kitchen. I mean, I don't think we desperately need the spice grinder to make the kitchen, but, you know, it is a thing that it does, so we'll keep that in mind. Do we find any more hatches? We could also dig that up. Whoa. Nope. None of that. Hang on. Cancel the uproot. I see you. Oh, that means you also can't dig that one out. Is the kitchen for anything besides curried beans? If you make the kitchen, it makes all the cooking faster. So it has a sort of laboratory effect. But for the kitchen. Oh. I'd like you to build one there. Here. I don't think that's terribly likely to be a hatch, but still. You can dig that one out. We'll have to keep an eye on how much space is over here, so that is a thing. Lovely. Oh, hatch. I see you. Let's wrangle you. Do-do-do. Where else have we dug stuff out? Nowhere that seems important just yet. Excellent. Rowan, you're always sleeping and generally not doing what I want you to be doing. What have we got here? Oh, blossom seeds. Well, I suppose it's something. It's not really something I can use at this stage, but, you know, nonetheless. Hypothetically counts as something. Do you cook the eggs in lava? I will not be cooking the eggs in lava, no. I will ideally not be cooking the eggs at all. Oh, I see, sorry. I built a huge automated Pacu omelette machine yesterday for the 1 billion side goal. That sounds pretty cool. Nope. Right, did we get you up there? We did. Good job, Rowan. This one apparently wasn't a hatch. This wasn't a hatch. There's something here. We'll dig down again. That's not a hatch either. There's a great deal of things not being hatches going on here. Right, you'll need some ladder. We have done a colony achievement. What have we done? Outdoor renovations. I'm not entirely sure how we did that, but sure. Right. Let's get these deconstructed as well, while we're at it. Are you being mean to Emily, Neo? You know that's my job. Royal Flush? I like the way that I always get that for demolishing things. I never get it for building things, I always get it because I just demolished something. Which entertains me. Right. We are going to slow down a bit. I'm going to take a quick save. I will be right back. Do you have enough to do? Well, I don't know if you have to do. I will actually pause it. That made me laugh. Neo, I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Right then, you lot. What else have we got to do here? So, these are nearly sorted. What are we going to research next? Being mean to people is a job. Where to apply? Should we do smelting? I mean, we're going to need it in the end. Let's do insulated tiles. There's a whole bunch of back here that we could be investigating, which we'll probably get on with shortly. How big is this room here? This room is 68. How big could it be? Could be 120. I feel that means that we could probably learn about these. 68 plus, excuse you. What's that? That's a 5x4. Well, yeah, that should be fine. Go and have a look at those. I mean, we might as well use the power. The more power we use, the quicker we can build proper power. You're cracking the edge in a storage bin. Fair enough. Right. Come on. Let's go. What are we all doing? Let's put the thingy on that up a tiny bit. Where is Amari? Amari, what are you doing? Sleeping? Outrageous. Who suggested that you could possibly sleep? Can I forbid these beds? Oh, I can. Let's get someone to forbid those beds. You're having a conversation on your own. I'm very proud of you. Very proud of you. Well done. Strong independent chat. We'll see about that. You are definitely making progress. That we can say. Right then. I'm going to make this into a bedroom. For the next dupes, so that I can keep the shine bugs going for a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, why not? 6, 7, 8. It doesn't do any harm. I'll just get that dug out. Baby steps, absolutely. It wouldn't be fair to rush you. I mean, it's not hatches, but it is at least food, so I guess worse things have happened. Let me check this room. Still good? Yes. Excellent. Yeah. Can come behind here. Sure. There's no particularly good reason why you can't come all the way over here. Should do. Excellent. Three grills, 5 mushrooms, 2 ranges, all busy. Wow. Can make getting plastic early more difficult? What if you need to use Drecos? I mean, it could do, but we can use oil. Because we're Terra. So, I mean, that'll sort that problem out for us. We can just use oil instead. More research? The researching is going very well. I don't understand how we have insufficient oxygen generation dupes. What are you doing with your lives? Let's learn a little bit about automation in case we need it. How are you getting on here? Gonna want one more of those in there, thanks. Ooh, a hatch. Wrangle. Slowly run out of dirt. I'm not sure I agree with that sentiment on how quickly you can get plastic Drecos. I think you would need a lucky spawn of a plastic Dreco that actually just spawned in the wild to achieve that. What is going on here? I see you were getting on with this. Lovely. Stop that. Thank you. Let's do some mopping. We probably do want to start Drecos relatively early if we can, but we are going to have a problem with our inability to feed them, so that is definitely something to consider. Now, down here, I'm going to want to make a path that does like that. There's a slight problem of this, but we can sort of go around that. But yes, that seems sort of it. That means I would like to put these in. We'll also need to, we could put a door just here. If we add a door there, we can prevent this having to be part of our, what's it? I mean, I find the first thing I always want plastic for is steam turbines. So I almost certainly wouldn't need it until such a time as I want steam turbines. That usually is the thing that makes me go, oh, plastic. Frankly. Hello, Annabelle. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. We are doing an all achievements run. Because we died once again. I think as much as anything else, I died to my own boredom in that challenge because we were building something that we didn't necessarily need to build. And we were building it because I got a bit bored. So I think that is a definite problem with the 100 dupe challenge. That, like, the fact that I have to run it on such a low frame rate all the time because otherwise it just bugs out means that I just kill myself with boredom. What were you building? I was building a base, which I was only really building for entertainment value. You can get Dreco with ranching by cycle 11:13. You haven't found me any other hatches over here, have you? What have we got? Oh, nothing good. You're not good dupes. I'm gonna feel really bad that I didn't take that stinky in the end, aren't I? I can see this coming. Oh yeah, no. There's 2 wild and 1 tame, which means they're all here. How are we getting on? Oh, we dug that out? What did it have? Muckroot? Excellent. I mean, we'll definitely accept it. Wasn't necessarily what we were going for, but we're not going to say no to food of any stripe. Annabelle, thank you so much for the 177 bits. 63 dupes was not too bad. It's kind of aggravating that my boredom meant that I didn't even beat my record, but I will live with it. But thank you so much for your generosity. It's very kind of you. I hope that you are doing well, and your support of the channel is always greatly appreciated. The no death rule is actually ambitious on an all achievement run. These are long. Always no deaths. Always no deaths. Though, right, okay, so we need to talk about a thing here. Do I have to pause it to show you the thing? No, it's going to pause it anyway, isn't it? You paused back here? You are, aren't you? Good, right. So, let me show you the thing. I installed a mod that gives you extra achievements. Some of them are fine. Perfectly reasonable. However, there is... Where has it gone? Lose a duplicant to each stop game cause of death. So we might have to kill some later on. I think we'll leave it for a while, but we will, if we want to do all of these, we will have to kill some later. But we'll see how that'll go. But it might be entertaining. Oh, hello. I see you there. Hatch. Eating something, because of course you bloody are. Hatches. Is this marked for, It is. Good. Hello, Rowan. Catch the hatch. Any eggs to incubate so far? No. Why are you glum? Why are you bugged? Yeah, unclear. No. No eggs. Alright, let's get rid of this. I assume someone will wrangle that imminently. What are we doing? Looks like we don't have loads of things to do. Right, I'd like you to build a thing there. Cheers. Are we going to come down into this? I tell you what we might need to do. Let's build a station. Let's build a, no. Crafting station. You're not an industrial machine. Oh, you are an industrial machinery. Outrageous. I am deeply and profoundly outraged by this news. Yeah. Is that the Giant Leap mod? Yeah, I think that might be what it's called. It's one of Steven's mods. If that helps. Oh, this wasteland. Yes, there is some wasteland over here as well. There's also some up here that we can go and attack. This one, though, doesn't have polluted oxygen in the way. This one might be easier to go and attack. We could come through this way. But yes, I think that might be what it was called. Now, the question would be, where can I put the docks? Also, I'm not actually doing any oxygen, so we'd have to do that as well. Suits? Why not? Everybody loves suits. We need to get into this geyser anyway. How are you doing? You're all doing fine. Can we take this sand away? Maybe? I'd appreciate it. Where could we put the suits? I mean, we could sort of come over here, I guess. What did you have in you? I don't know, whatever it was, we've taken you away, so it can't have been that exciting. I'd like to come in here. For one thing, I'd like to get the fish. But I want to think about how we do that in a sensible way. We would also need to make a chamber to make oxygen in. maybe we do it. Maybe we actually don't come in here. What if we cancel that? What if we consider coming in through the back here? Because we'll want to dig down and into this anyway. We could make this a way and come in through the back. Let's have a think about that. Kiwi, welcome in. It is good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. We're not going to make them wade through there. That would obviously be mean. Why would I be so mean? Well, apart from the comedy factor. Right, let's build them a thing down here. Do you need that one? Well, let's cancel that one for now. And then one thing we're going to do is dig back this way. The other thing we're going to do is dig forward this way. Into here. Then we're going to have a think about going to fetch these lovely sweetles. Like so. Yeah, right, so we'll set these to wrangle, because when we get down there we're going to want them wrangled. We are gonna harvest those if they happen to grow, for sure. What have we found down here? Nothing exciting yet? Fair enough. Am I gonna put fish back here? I think I might put fish back here. Just seems such an excellent place to put fish, really. Kiwi, you always say morena to me. What does that in fact mean? Wait. You lot? Locavore and Carnivore sure to encourage digging up the map early. Yeah, no, it definitely is very much a dig everywhere at all times. Overload a heavy watt conductive wire. That's actually a tough one. We will manage. We will definitely manage. Right, we now know about the existence of sulfur, so we can put that in there, and indeed in here. Sweetles, sulfur. Excellent. I actually wouldn't mind you sweeping this up, you know, just because. Cheers. Excellent. Right, we wouldn't mind another rancher if we could find one. Apparently it means brunette and it's also a name. Fair enough. I think I know that Morena was a name. Only did that with a sour gas boiler. I am sure that I have created so much power that I needed to run 2 separate heavy watt conductive wire grids in the past. I mean, that was a long time ago, but I definitely have done that. I am more than capable of creating, like, the most power-hungry bases imaginable. Well, that was helpful, Rowan. Cheers. Okay. How are you doing? You're doing fine. Oh, we need to put a door on there. Let's sort that out at some point. I'd also like you to sweep this. And maybe whatever this stuff is up here. It's messy. I don't like it. You're not doing anything important. We don't have any eggs yet. Nope. No eggs yet. No hatches here. Disappointing. Can we do that? Yeah, we can do that. We're not going to let that slime lung out. Any metal made for incubators? No. That was something I had in mind to do. Was get someone to make us some metal. think you might be one of the teleporters, one of the supply teleporters. How are you doing? You're doing pretty well down here. Well done, Amari. And there's handily oxygen down here, which helps. These better all be groomed. They are. Oh, there is an egg. There is a singular egg. Right then, singular egg. We are going to build an automatic dispenser, which is going to dispense eggs into there for us. We will get round to it shortly. Okay. Very good, Rowan. That's what we like to see. Got plenty of calories. I'd like an Annabelle, please. If there's room, there's certainly room. Let's look at who we've got. You can have Rowan, our rancher. You can have Amari, our starting digger. You can have Turner, the engineer. Or you can have Catalina, the bottomless stomach cook. The choice is yours. You'd like to hug the critters? Right then. You're gonna get quite a lot of yelling at. Almost certainly then, in the early game, while we go for, carnival. And while we attempt not to starve. So, there's that too. Yes, the second asteroid can be useful. I find it potentially slightly less useful on the big maps. I mean, which is deliberate. I mean, they're designed so that you don't have to necessarily do it. Oh, it's an anti-entropy thermonullifier. How exciting. There's also some sleep wheat if we need more food at some point. Amari, what are you doing? Sleeping. I see. Who said you could do that, eh? Who thought allowing you to sleep was in any way acceptable? Fish trap. Spice grinder. Yeah, let's just stick it in the back corner out the way. You... I guess really all critter eggs. Sweep only. We'll put you right up. Because you are important until such time as our mechatronics engineer can do mechatronicsy things. Let's not do that. Let's use sweep by type. Which, to be fair, one would have to say that there is a level where sweep by type makes some aspects of early branching a lot easier, because you can actually select your eggs to be swept. Duke Malakia, welcome in. Why would you want to be president if you are already a duke? Oh, I see. Annabelle is very excited about the cookies. That is reasonable. It is my phone buzzing. Absolutely. I love sweep by type, and I think the base game should have it. I, in general, agree. I also love it and think the base game should have it. Can we get around underneath this without disturbing them? Not super straightforwardly, but we'll manage. Printables. Right, let's have a look. Oh, also Leofar has a skill point. I hope that you have been well. Also, Malakia, it's good to see you. Well, we have got a rancher there in a Devon. They're not all that. They are vaguely acceptable. Ranching, building, decorating. I mean, I don't love them. Where are we? Cycle 21. You hardly ever refuse oxyfern. I mean, I never plant them though. I literally never do anything with them. So... I'm surprised they added pliers before adding sweet by type. I'm still surprised they added pliers at all. Rolling in Nisbet is against the rules, I guess. Yes, it is. We're not using the reroll. We only used it for the start. Big plans for the future? Moving to a different country in a year, potentially. That is very exciting, Duke Malakir. Should I take this rancher, chat? Should we take the Devon? He's quite a rubbish rancher. Frankly. No. He's a rubbish rancher. I don't want him. I'm going to take the oxyfern seed and then not do anything with it like I endlessly do. Duplicant skills, Leofar. Sure, it increases your science. Why not? We also gives us the to pay the bills achievement. Excellent. Stats are almost irrelevant. Interest is more important. You should be able to disable it for the pod. I thought I actually... My understanding was that it was disabled. Now, obviously that apparently isn't true. But I did press the thing to turn off all the stuff. I even checked it before I started this run that it only did the beginning. But that didn't seem to work. Also, I don't know if I said hello to you, Roams. But hello. Oh, yes, we've had a couple of fresh starts since the Hermit. We did an all achievements run. No, we did an attempt at 100 dupes again on the small maps, which I once again died. And now we're doing an all achievements run, Duke Malakir. I use doors with access restrictions and an automatic dispenser for egg moving. I use taking an early, what's it called? Turner. That's what I use. Hello? Were you hiding in the kitchen the whole time there? Let us wrangle you. Like, only the cook can access the drowning pit, but everyone else can access the dispenser area, but not the cook. That's... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. Oh, that's alright. Did you actually pick up that sweetle? Rowan? Rowan, do you have the sweetle with you? Yes, apparently so. You do have the sweetle with you. Excellent work. Good. Right then, what are we doing next here? There is... we might want to dig out a little bit down here, because we could probably do with some of this sulfur to feed these sweetles that we have appropriated into the world. Frankly. So let's work on doing some of that. Good. I think we'll also bring you all the way across here. We'll come up into this. Are they set to harvest the grub fruit? They should be. Yes. Yes. They are set to harvest the grub fruit. Can we see anything that they should be harvesting that they are not? Not as yet. Not as yet. I dare say they'll find something to make a mess of. Right, Amari. You are going to need to put in a few of these. I mean, we don't really care whether they're there, do we? We'll see. I also would like you to build some here, because I want that sulfur. It is, after all, the point of this little enterprise. We'll also build a ladder here and dig out these 2 tiles. Thank you. We'll worry about what we do next after that. I usually get the idea from some Reddit post. Maybe it was the forum. Fair. I thought I turned that off. Apparently not. Yeah, right. Lovely. Right then. What are we doing next? So I think the question is, do I want to come in here and consider getting fish started? Or do we want to go up the top and collect these other sweetles? Make another ranch? We don't really need one. Well, assuming we could fill these up, we don't really need one. Let me check. So, I would like to feed 8 duplicants. I actually have 1 bottomless stomach in that. Hopefully I won't have more. I would like to feed them barbecue. Where is the bloody barbecue? There it is. I would like to feed them from hatches. 2.38. Ranch calculator. 2.38. Thank you. We would do that with hatches. Which is 2 ranches of hatches. We will need another ranch. We will need a ranch of something, because we need 2 ranches of hatches, and sweetles don't give us much meat. Do fish count towards a carnivore? I am pretty certain that they do. No, I'm absolutely certain that we would do, but we will nonetheless check, because why would we not? I think fish is probably a better... I think diversity is probably better. Where are you, carnivore? Where have you gone? Here you are. It does say calories from meat. Of critter meat. I don't know. I don't know whether it counts. I thought it did. I thought we knew it did. But I am prepared to be incorrect about that. Eat some vole. Oh, you know how I feel about the voles. Goddamn voles everywhere. I think we're going to start making one of these. Are we just going to make it here? I suppose there's not really any reason not to make it here. Particularly. Can I think of any particular reason not to make it exactly there? When it's slightly in the wrong place, but no, I don't really think so. Surf and turf time? Potentially. There? I think so. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Can we shift this water somewhere else? Where would we want to shift it? Let's go and put it up here. Come here, water. Oh, we need to dig some stuff out anyway. Right. Things I would like to do. I would like to... Let's do it from the back. Yeah, let's do it from the back. It's going to be slightly easier. That's on the wrong side, and that's not going to work, but... Nuts to that. Really? Really, Catalina? That's how you want to achieve that? Did we make an incubator? Oh no, we didn't make an incubator. Good point. Good point. Oh, I know what I was thinking. Right, hang on. I have some thoughts here on the subject of incubators. Which is... Oh, grubs. Come here. We do want to not put fish eggs in there, to be honest. And the thing I was thinking is I want to know if this is a kitchen, even though we can't yet use this. Cancel the tile on the bottom right corner of the tank for now. These ones. I think that is fairly reasonable. Yes. Can we build these? That's more important than fish right now. Can we build these? I want to know if this is a kitchen. And then I believe I should be able to put incubators in it anyway. And that nobody should care. That's already a kitchen. Oh. I always think this. I always think the kitchen does the laboratory thing, and it doesn't. I thought it did. Oh well, whatever. Whatever. Incubators. Automation wires. Thank you. And no, I'm not having the fight about whether this is the efficient way to do it again. Igalixa, thank you so much for the bits. It's very kind. Thank you for your support today. It's very much appreciated. It add benefits. It can, they do different things. So they can make it last longer. Like the Rocketeer Spice, I think, makes it last longer or something. And they give like stat boosts and or stuff. I forget what they do. Amari, you appear to have hypothermia there. That's not ideal, is it? By which I mean I don't care. Sorry, you have hypothermia. Food poisoning? Who has food poisoning? Don't think anyone has food poisoning. I don't think that is a thing that is happening. I think I need to do this actually in some sort of cautious fashion, so I can get this stuff built without dropping everything through the floor immediately. I'm glad to hear you're not cooking. Oh, hang on, what have I cancelled? Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do at all. Come here. We'll build that back. You there, have a hatchling egg. Incubate. Guess we'll... Do we want the hugging? more than the grooming? I don't think so. I think we can put that on a 5. Activation time. Right. We need to work out what bit of the day... We're not doing any research. What bit of the day is a Rowan asleep? Like in the middle of the day? Fine. So that's fine. So we'll set this at like 20% of the day. For 10% of the day. 2 tiles on the bottom is always sufficient for protecting water in my experience. Oh no, the thing is we're gonna build these. But we'll do some sort of diagonally building. It'll be fine. We have achieved something. God knows what. Red light, green light. Ah, yes. Normally, yes. Normally we do it with, we don't have a sweet leg yet. Outrageous. Got any critter eggs in here for me? No. Alright. Good. Good hugging, Annabelle. Very good hugging. Right. 0%? What did I put you on? 20%. We can put you on 0%. And 10%. Let's not have that on all the time. Seems unnecessary. Excellent. Right. Oh, yeah, it is still a kitchen anyway. Well, it didn't do anything. Trapped. Chat? Well, because this was open. Oh, I know how he did it. There was a sand tile there. That's how he did it. It was hopping in from here. Oh, that's fine. We'll get him to dig out that way. It's not a problem. Yeah, there was a sand tile here. That's what he's done. But, I mean, it's fine. He can get up to air. Like, there's not a big deal here. And he can dig himself out this way. Neither of those were hatches. There we go. Right. Well done. Good work, Amari. Right. You are, we can actually now just dig these two out. You had any sweetles yet? No. Outrageous. Have some sweetles. Alright, printables. Can we have a duplicate that's not rubbish? Thanks. Oh, a supplying operator. Excellent. And a ranching tidier. Oh, you're a slow learner. Alright. Frankie is objectively better. Otto, however, is a rancher. No, I don't care about the amount of food that's in stock. It's not an issue. Objectively better is a rancher. I cannot re-roll Spoonwood. I'm not re-rolling my dupes. Also, I don't need to. Because both Frankie and Otto are pretty good. I mean, Otto's a slow learner, which is the problem. But he does have early bird to slightly make up for being a slow learner. You never considered slow learner a huge problem? I certainly don't prefer it. But yeah, that is true. Plus 5 husbandry is probably fine for now. Also, he's an early riser, so... I feel bad giving up Frankie, to be honest, but I think we need a rancher more than we need an operator for the future. So, in you come, Otto. Oh. Oh, look, we can dig through this. Otto, you can have a farming hat. Turner, you can step towards doing that. Super. All good. Right then. Problem number 357. Oh. Apparently there was slightly more water in that than I anticipated. I'm not that bothered. We could take this away. Oh, you can't actually get in here now, can you? Yeah. Got some of these. Oh, no, you can get in here, look. Doing it that way. Ooh. Schedule. Otto, you need a schedule. Everybody's an early bird. I need to put everyone down here. Otto, get down here. We've got 3 early birds. We're also going to make that. Do that. Priorities. Otto, you are a farming rancher. None of that. Sorted. Alright, lovely. They do get the worms. I mean, possibly. Fortunately, worms are not one of the things that we have to worry too much about. Now then, we're just doing this, aren't we? But Spoonwood was pointing out that we didn't have a lot of food, which means that we might want to distract ourselves from this for a little bit to go and do some other digging. Let us turn the things up. And let's go and investigate some stuff. Stuff and indeed things. Nope. Let's not do that. Do. Excellent. Right, hang on. Those are in the top of a ranch, so they need to be actual tiles. Thank you. No bathroom time is intentional. No bathroom time is absolutely intentional. Emily, they will do their ablutions anyway, so it is completely pointless. They'll just do it in their downtime. It won't be a thing. You know what, actually, I do need you to hug these eggs. Can we put up... Ooh, hello. And me, welcome in. Hard game is hard, especially when played on extra hard. I don't bother with that. People occasionally suggest that I should play on extra hard, and I usually go, no, don't want to. Sounds rubbish. I'm lazy. But showering, they will still shower anyway in their downtime. It is actually, I think apart from the goddamn apart from the goddamn phone, it's pretty much one of their highest priority downtime things. But yeah, you don't need separate bath time for them to shower. They will use it in their downtime. As long as they have downtime and they have showers, they will get on with it. And you can save yourself the bother. Alright, build one there. We'll have to work on that tile in a bit, but that's fine. Alright, so we've found some extra food. Have we found any other hatches? Doesn't look like. Got any critter eggs we need to sweep up? Yes, a critter egg here. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things that the dupes will just sort of do, and you don't necessarily need to give them specific times for. As long as they have actual downtime. So yeah, I don't usually give them shower time. The only time that I would consider giving them shower time is if we're struggling on morale for some reason. And I've put the showers like in the nature reserve or something like that. Then I might give them actual downtime to ensure that they go and use those showers. But otherwise I don't usually bother. What are the critters good for? Why? Where is this polluted oxygen coming? Oh, it's coming out of here, isn't it? We should pour that somewhere. And put a deodorizer down. Right, there's a couple of things we're going to do. Come here. Let's have a deodorizer there. And we'll also put one up here. And then we're going to go... this will be fine. We can dig a little pit here. We're going to set up a bottle. They do indeed poop resources and are made out of meat. We are doing an achievement run, and one of the achievements that we need to make, Duke Malakir, is we need to eat enough meat before cycle 100. So one of the things that we are doing is using them to hit that. Later on, these ones particularly make coal, which we will be able to burn. We can't burn it yet because another one of the achievements is to only use sustainable power up until a certain point. So we've got that to crack on with. The other ones, I don't necessarily love the resources they poop out, which is sucrose. But what they can do later on when we can actually plant things, which again can't do because of an achievement, is they tend to your crops and they make your crops grow faster. I think it's just faster, isn't it? I don't think it makes them grow better particularly, it just makes them grow faster. Apart from these crops, which you can't currently see. Oh, hang on. There we go. Which they change into their better form. These ones actually... Oh, it's this one. There you go. These ones actually have a better form that you can use these to turn them into. You're having pizza? Oh, I might have pizza later, actually. I've got leftover pizza from yesterday. Partner wanted pizza, so that is always a good afternoon, really, or evening, or whatever time of day. Now then, I think we will get you to also... Oh, hang on. Alright, these are on a 5. Lovely. I will want you to come in here. Because you see these here sweetles? These here sweetles could be in a ranch. We could rankle them. That would be nice. Ew, leftover pizza? There's nothing wrong with leftover pizza. I'll have you know. It's perfectly serviceable pizza. I'm going to reheat it. It's not like I'm going to eat it cold like a heathen or something. I don't know who you think I am, Holmes, but I certainly won't be doing that. Grubs buff plants growth rate by like 50%. Thank you, me. Yes. I've heard of leftover pizza. I think I have more belief in the existence of the Mothman. Omri. Welcome in, Tom. I hope you're having a lovely day. Eat it cold. Tig the Cat UK. A partner themselves would eat it cold, but I think that is a perversion and should not be allowed, frankly. But I have not necessarily been able to convince other people of the same. Other people insisting on having their own views on things. I mean, who suggested that that was an acceptable way to go through life? Having your own views? Outrageous. So yes, I will not be eating my pizza cold. You're all welcome to. But I won't be. I will be warming my pizza up again. Like a proper person. Yes, I would like to dig these out. Lovely. We're gonna put some doors on here. And we're going to build another ranch because we are about to get definitely enough Sweetles to justify another ranch, frankly. Just from those ones that are hiding down there. So we're going to get that going. Oh. Did you define how you heated up the pizza? I heat the pizza up in the oven. On the grounds that, Turner, have you got the slime lung? Oh no, you've got hypothermia. I was like, how the hell have you got slime lung? We haven't dug into any slime yet. I've quite carefully not dug up the slime. How is there? Oh, I know how there's that there. Yeah, one, we don't own a microwave. We are a microwave-free household. Only really because we don't have the counter space for one. It's not that we're against microwaves necessarily. Though I would not... Oh, you're a stone hatch. Right, hang on. I would not heat my pizza up in the microwave if given the option, on the grounds that... it goes a bit soggy. Is this a relaxed achievements run or a 100 dupes challenge again? This is not the 100 dupes challenge again, Koopy. But it is an all achievements run. It will be stressful for approximately the first 100 cycles. While we get the carnivore achievement. And then it will largely stop being stressful. And be relatively chill, even though it is an all achievements run. That's why you put a glass of water in the microwave with it. I mean, surely that makes it more wet, not less. But I mean, maybe. This is not something I've tried. So I cannot comment on how effective that would be as a solution. Right, you liquid polluted water. Oh, you haven't finished these? Dig these two out, Amari. I need you to dig those out. Well, I mean, I don't desperately need you to dig those out, but I would like you to dig those out. Oh, there's some muckroot. Can we... Hang on. Don't do that a second. Let us sweep this muckroot fairly urgently. The microwave is actually a perfectly fine tool for lots of legit thing. It only has a bad rep because it's associated with cheap food and people are overly snobby about it. This is certainly true. I have nothing against microwaves. I just don't have one because I don't have the counter space for one. Which is, you know, that is my whole reason for not having one. Haven't got anywhere to put it. Otherwise, pretty relaxed on pizzas. On, microwaves. I don't necessarily have, I don't necessarily have a lot of experience with how to cook things in a not rubbish way in them, but I certainly know you can, and that it's a perfectly acceptable thing to be doing. Hatch. I see you. No, I don't want to sweep that. I want to wrangle this goddamn hatch. How are we doing for hatches? Let's have a look. We have 6 in here and 3 in here. I think, therefore, we're going to make this a hatch ranch. Which means I'll want to put a floor in here. Likeness attracts likeness, therefore all the water from the soggy pizza goes into the glass with the rest of the water. I mean, I can only assume that that is in fact, you know, the idea, but it seems crazy to me. Which certainly doesn't mean it's wrong. I just don't really know how it works. I didn't think that that was a genuine physics thing. There we go. How are we going on here? We will need to build one of those at some point, because we can't actually get over here to get the whatsits. Actually, I might put that up a bit. Good. Wrangling. Excellent. It's probably a common myth, but I've experienced my pizza staying crispier. Need to do one more battle in a War Thunder for a new tonk. Yeah, grind continues. I'm correct in thinking that War Thunder is in fact fantastically popular, right? This is something I think that I hear fairly regularly. Do I want a digging cook? I mean, they're just a digger. Do I want another digger? No, I probably just want a hatch, don't I? Let's just have a hatch. Yeah, I think that's fine. Can we wrangle this hatch? Don't eat my sedimentary rock, you little... There are words, they're not polite, frankly. Right, you there. Let's make another hatch ranch. And then we're gonna have plenty of hatches. Once we get this going. Did you get lullabied? No, of course you didn't. Of course you didn't get lullabied. Why would you? Otto, how far are you from being useful? Quite a long way from being useful. And now you're sleeping? I don't know about such things. It's one of the more popular tank plane combat sims around here. More critters to hug than eat. However, if one wants boats, people gravitate to World of Warships. Is there a World of Tanks as well? Oh, hello. Isn't War Thunder the one that's slightly famous for its player base regularly giving away military secrets? There's a World of Tanks and a World of Airplanes, but the World of games are very arcade style. Fair enough. I see. Ba-doing. Right, now we can pour the polluted water in here. When you've got a second, dupes, yes, yes, excellent. What's up with you in there? You've got hypothermia. I don't really care about that. I am unbothered by your hypothermia, I'm afraid. The War Thunder community tends to correct wrong schematics of tanks in the game. Yes. I am correctly informed then. I thought that this is why I knew about it. Because they occasionally make the news for that sort of thing. I say the news. I follow someone on Twitter who is a big military history buff. So that sort of thing amuses them and is the sort of thing that would come up in my Twitter feed. Fairly regularly. Are we still doing alright with our, still nature reserve? Yes, yes. Rooms are going fine. Excellent work. 7. the World of games, except for Warships, do have pay-to-win ammo, which is, yes, whereas War Thunder is a pay-to-pass the grind. Fair. Good, Annabelle. Good hugging. Well done with the hugging there. That roast grub nut can go in this fridge. That's why we have one. It's not for, you know, aesthetics. Alright, how are we getting on otherwise? Yes, we've gone over there. We're sort of doing this. We're going to do that. Nobody is idle. Everyone has stuff to do, so I think we're fine. I mean, we're fine, but moderately starving. Does anyone know how to pay to pass the gym grind? Oh, hello, cat. This is very, very nice. If only I had a cat to sit on my knee, I would like that. Surgery? Ohms? You could pay for surgery. Or you could pay for that weird injection that apparently everyone in Hollywood is taking right now. Why are there 9 critters in here? There definitely should not be 9 critters in here. Only one of them is an egg? How are they cramped if only one of them is an egg? Ah, it's not. It's just that there's 2 eggs on top of each other. Fair enough. Oh, everybody who could be sweeping the eggs up is just hanging around. Oh, that's not ideal. No. The problem I feel with bakeries is how early in the morning you have to work. I'm not really an early in the morning sort of person. It has definitely put me off the concept of working in a bakery. No research focus, right. Well, let's research something. We'll learn about smart batteries. Maybe one day we'll even build one. 6 AM starts? Do they do overnight surgery in my own bed where I keep my organs? Or like walk-ins? No. I don't think so. I mean, maybe if you had enough money you could do walk-ins. But I certainly wouldn't guarantee it. Oh, look, space is up here already. We could go and find shovels. Right, when we finish getting down there, we can do that. What are we doing for water here? Pretty well. I think probably the solution to that is just to get them to deconstruct. How much is in there? They're like 10 kilo packets, right? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, alright, don't do that. Whatever. See if I care, game. Hello. Look at this, people. This is hatched. Where is everyone? Catalina? Should we give you grilling too? Oh, why not? Whatever. Here you go. Have grilling too, Catalina. Wait, you two. One of you should definitely be moving this critter. Excellent work. That's what I like. We can lock this. Good. Good. Well done. Can you hug eggs without critter ranching one? You can't, can you? Amari has the hypothermia again. You need critter ranching run to hug an egg. Unless you're a cuddleable Pip. Wow. Pips are special, eh? Right. Yes. What's happening? We've done some more research. Doing a very good job with the research, Leofar. I mean, this is why I don't usually bother with the laboratory. Because dupes do such a fast job with the research anyway, it barely seems worth the effort. Let's learn about this one. Why not? Actually, let's learn about this. It's more likely to be useful in the immediate term. Leave hugging to the pros. I wish professional hugger was actually a thing. What is going on here? Oh, that's what's going on here. Right then. Hang on. Let me think about that. That's not going to be very helpful in the long term, is it? Cancel that. Trotsky, welcome in. I'd like to see the exam for the professional hugger license. Dig a temporary tile above and then diagonally build the problem tile. Absolutely. Yes, that is absolutely how flying critter traps work. Essentially, they're not a proper trap. They just attract your... They just attract the critter to a place. I wanted to put these somewhere where we could actually do the off-gassing thing. Oh, I don't care. Do I care? No, I don't. I certainly don't care for now. Right now I've got other things to do. There you go. Yes. Did I say welcome to Trotsky? Welcome to Trotsky. I hope that you are having a good day. Yeah, I tend to deal with all flying critters by moving their eggs, but if necessary, you can certainly just use the doors. Oh, that's very kind. I actually quite enjoy watching someone play Oni while I play Oni as well. Usually fairly pleasing. Oh, I see. You're queuing, are you? Well, that's not gonna last, is it? Go on, Amari. You can do it. You're doing very well. Who has unreachable food, Otto? You do, in fact, have unreachable food. I mean, that's not ideal, is it? Should we try and provide you with some food? It seems like a lot to ask for me, but sure. We can try and provide you with some food. Have you done this? Do. There we go. Is this a full tile? Not quite, but it's full enough for fish. Come on, Turner, you can get it done. What's Amari doing? Amari, why are you sleeping here? Why are you exhausted? There's no way the light from the shine bug is getting to you. You have a perfectly reasonable schedule. Weird. It's double the fun. Twice as much problem solving at the same time. Yes, you can use auto wrangle surplus. Any loud sleepers? No, we don't have a loud sleeper. I don't really understand why Amari thinks they're tired. There may be some sort of reason. We do still have unreachable food. Right, that is now doing the thing that it's supposed to be doing, so that's excellent news. No. Sorry. That is my fault. Well, now you need to eat. Life is complicated for you, isn't it? Excellent work, Turner. Let's see if we can get you some food. I mean, you're not going to be able to eat. Let's look at the priorities here. This does not need to be the way it works. Why don't we just make all of these on a 6? That'll be fine. Cheers. I'm pretty sure that was a mealwood seed and not any food, unfortunately. There's some muckroot. Excellent. Alright. Let's do some more of this. We could go all the way over there. That's... oh, whatever. Sure. Sure. Why not? There's some more muckroot. What have we done? We've done some more research. What have we researched? Who knows? Who cares? Probably no one. There's a bit more muckroot. How are you coming on? I mean, it's probably going to be a while before you hatch, isn't it? To be honest. Oh, hang on. There's some eggs here that need moving. What's going on down here? Not a lot right now, but that's fine. Are you marked to harvest? You are. There's not a lot going on up here. We could go up to these. There is certainly food sources up there. We could also slaughter a great many of these sweetles, frankly. Because we don't need nearly this many. So we might do that. We'll probably get these ones first and then we'll carry on up here. I don't suppose we saw any other hatches, do we? I don't see any other hatches. What do we got? Oh, we can take some food. Oh, I'd quite like to take the digger. Oh, I'd also like to take Lindsay. Look at Lindsay. A researching ranching farmer. I don't need 3 ranchers. I just don't need 3 ranchers right now. Let's see, 8. 2 diggers, 2 engineers, 2 ranchers, 2 others. We've got a cook already and a researcher. Hang on. What we got? So we got 2, right? Yeah. We either want an engineer or a digger, really. So the question is, it's cycle 30. No, I'm trying to alt tab into the deeps again. Not unusually. Do we need to take the digger? Harold's a pretty good digger. Diggers have more value early than late. Alright, we'll wait a minute. We'll try and be sensible. I'm gonna regret being sensible. For sure. I'm largely gonna be against the whole idea of being sensible. Right. There we go. Got a spare sweetle there, Annabelle? Lovely. Do we want a second sweetle branch? Is it worthwhile? We've got some space. We could have one. No, we're definitely going to build that on a much lower priority. Thank you. Boing. I don't know whether we want one, but sure. We will set up in case we want one. I should go back to doing the thing where I turn off the researching alerts. I don't know why I turned them back on. I was fiddling with the mods earlier and I turned them back on, and now I'm regretting my life choices. Because they're very annoying. Excellent. Bowling's critters 2, critters 4, critters 7. Absolutely, Kiwi. Go ahead with your critter questions. On my new asteroid, I can catch fish, but nobody seems to be able to move them to the fish chute. Do you have a rancher? It's gonna be a rancher job. Oh, you have people who have ranching too? unsure then, to be honest. So you can get the fish in the trap. Yeah, Koopy's right. Fish is in the area, put the chute. No errands on the chute. Can they get to the chute? It still might be that there's too many critters in the area. Because it's a bit like the, it's seeing all of the critters, Kiwied. The same way that these do, if you have them outside. Right then. How are you doing, Turner? You're sort of getting there. You're still going to be a little while before we can use you for mechatronics, but you're getting there. Can take that out for now. To be fair, while you can jump in there, I know that you're going to be mad about it, but can you go and dig this out? We can worry about you being mad about it later. I'd like to turn that off for now. In fact, we'll put it on sweep only, in case we need it again later. But otherwise we're going to turn it off. Oh, you can't get in there? Here you go. I'll help you with that. It don't work with animals, they say. I understand now. I mean, I would say that the critters are usually more sensible than the duplicants. That is definitely my firmly held belief. That you're usually much better served with the critters than you are with the duplicants. Right then. Yet more research. Can't do that. I tend to agree, except for critters getting stuck in walls and doors. Remember, it's actually very useful counting critters. It says critter count in the tooltip, and you can identify easily. That is true. It always has the critters in. So apparently I have one critter in this, which is here. There we go. See? Look, hatch. Wrangle this hatch, everyone. Thus proving Emily's point ably. We don't actually know how to do any of those things yet, do we? We will need a mechatronics engineer to make this work properly. Can they eat meat or only barbecue? They can eat, they can't, well, currently they can't eat either, because we don't know what either of them are. We will make it so that they can only eat barbecue, but we do have to have a dead critter for that to actually be a thing. Ohms? BBC is better? I'm confused. Right, there's a thing there. There's also a thing there. We could come digging in here. We could also come digging across here. Do a couple of these. There we go. What's the fourth ranch? Undecided is the answer. Currently, it's mostly for me to be able to put things in it if I so choose. Well, one of the things that won't happen is that they won't do this unless you can't reach it to build it. Why? I mean, whatever, but I think I stick to my question. Why the hell not? Oh, I know what they could build. Well, they haven't really got a lot of food, have they? But what they could do is you could build this fire pole at like a 4. In the worry about it if you haven't got something better to do sort of fire poleness. Also, we'll hold that one open as well. Oh, I see. Well, we're gonna help with that if they ever build this. So, you know. I'm not that concerned that we have a slight pause. We do still need to get in here, but that we will work on shortly. Why do I insist on it being airflow tiles at the top? Let me be clear, there is absolutely no good reason. Have some carry, Leofar. Especially since you can't do a lot of actual research right now. Did I turn the priorities on this down? No, they're still a perfectly good priority. I guess I don't even have proximity turned on. Whatever. This one can definitely be open. There's no reason why not. Super. What's in this? This is igneous. That's not very likely to have stuff that we want. This might be stuff that we want though. This might be stuff that we want. Let's go and investigate it. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we can also do it here. Indeed. Woo woo. That'll do fine. Actually, dig that one out. Good. I don't know. Oh, apparently they can reach that. That'll be fine then. We got other things we could be helpfully digging out. Let's have a look. See any other cracks? None of these count for anything. Oh, there is this one. There's obviously these over here, but they have a pool of water in the way. So there's a couple of things there. Oh, this we do need a way to come up here actually. Probably not joined the granite. Yes. Actually, they might be able to do it from there. Let's try. There you go. Alright, we'll leave them get on with those things. We've made some pickled meal. How nice. Alright. More eggs. How many eggs have we got? Let's have a look. 2 wild hatches. Oh, it's not going to work, is it? I wonder where the wild hatches are. I suspect they're in our branches, to be honest. Frankly. Right, does that make it did? 1. Yeah, I thought so. They're both there. They just need taming. Fine. Fine. I will take an operator. I see you, game. We can't feed one, but we will definitely take an operator. I think it's got to be the digging operating suit wearer. Don't you? Yes. Lindsay, we can't feed you, but welcome in. Let's give you a schedule. Lindsay, let's give you some priorities. You're going to be an operator. Here you go. The artist operator looks good. Absolutely, Nematrack. Why am I not surprised? No, we're going to give you the tinkering hat first in case I forget. Oh, Otto. Amazing. Otto is a rancher. That is what we needed to happen. I know how we could do that. We could do it this way. Have we found anything useful in any of this? It doesn't look like. I guess we maybe found some food. But certainly I'm not jumping up and down with excitement. Frankly. Oh yes, I saw you do that directly after I had done a sweep. My schedules were a bit off. Let's look. Oh yes, Lindsay. Lindsay. Outrageous behaviour. Trying to get away with more sleep. Good. Is that reachable? Oh, it is. Hatch! Are you eating that muckroot? Did you eat that muckroot? You did! Little shit. Sorry, Lindsay. Indeed. Apologies given to Lindsay, but... Hey, look, it ate the muckroot. Now there's only 99 calories here in this muckroot. Goddamn hatches. And this is the reason of why I didn't do any digging out, particularly, before we could house the hatches. Because they just eat all your stuff. Right. 4, 7, 7. Does that mean we've... yes, we have got these. We don't actually have anywhere to put that one, though. Should we put it in the other ranch? What do we think? Another sweet little ranch? Maybe we have one where we don't feed them? This one goes down to a 5 to make sure they put it in those ones. Sorry. You know that I do not usually swear on my stream too much, but hatches and their unending need to eat the stuff is particularly aggravating to me. I mean, I suppose they do turn it into coal, but they don't even turn it into very much coal, because it doesn't have enough mass. So, all in all, moderately aggravating. Or when they eat each other. No more sweet little ranches. Cull for meat for now. I shall do what I like. It's still only cycle 34. Just don't worry. Right then. This one we are going to build it for. Are we going to come up here though? We are going to do that. We got a lot up here that's interesting? No. Not a great deal that's interesting up here. But, sure. There we go. We can get in there. We can... What am I looking for? Where is the wrangle button? There it is. Right. Wrangle. Sweep the egg. Oh, sweep those eggs as well. Apparently we got loads of eggs again. What are you all doing? Oh, that's probably not ideal. Probably like to clear some of that out. Thank you. Alright, these are all on harvest. No. Backsides. Fine. That is moderately aggravating, but clearly my own fault, so there's nothing to be done about it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yeah, there. I mean, we don't really need that. But that does mean that we can just cut in that way. When people have a minute. A RIP colony? Oh no. Certainly not. It's in no way RIP colony. How many eggs have you lot laid? Oh, it feels more. We got any other eggs that I care about? No, we don't know about any other eggs that I care about. This hatch is in the ranch, that's fine. Oh, I can't get rid of it. That is what is going on. I can't move it because the game is a bit buggy. Deaths. Oh, we shall not be dying. We shall not be dying today. There's a gristleberry here, waiting to be harvested. There's muckroot there. See? Loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. And indeed things. Thank you very much, Kiweed. I hope your work goes well. Thank you for the lurk. It's always very welcome. Even have a command. Look at this. Kind of wish the food display would show days of food left. You're back from work, Scythiest? Excellent. I hope the work went well for you also. We're gonna do this? Maybe? Let's make that one a 5 as well, so we can actually get in here to these. That seems like something that we would appreciate. No research? Sure, we can set up some more research. What would we like to research? Sure. The cows are well, I'm glad to hear it. Yes, that's definitely not super necessary right now. Do we have 7? Oh, we do have 7. Oh, look at that. Slightly more dupes than I thought. Oh, it's because I took Lindsay, isn't it? Well, Lindsay was good. Frankly. That's how I feel about that. Lindsay was good. We took Lindsay. What do you want? Oh, look, there's more muckroot here. You got gassy moose. I always found they were too annoying to use. I agree. It's definitely not a bit of the playthrough I'm looking forward to. Mop. Mop. Oh, you can't mop it. I dig. Have a thing. Deconstruct. See, look, muckroot. Just like that, muckroot appeared. Ah, yes, that's why I was doing this. I knew I was hovering over this for some sort of vaguely useful reason. We don't need any of this now. It can go away. You know how I feel about stuff being in the way. Let's get rid of it. Don't get rid of that bit. We might keep it. Alright, nothing doing over there. We can get down here. There you go. Muckroot achieved. Good work, Tubes. Have you been up here yet? You have. Good. Oh, there's an egg here. Somebody sweep it. Turner. Excellent. One closer. Soon. Soon. We'll have a mechatronics engineer. Oh, it's late. Don't want to get down there? Sure. I see no reason not to get down there. Right, let's get that. Woo! Did we do a thing? Apparently so. Long commutes? Shut up. Don't care if they have long commutes. They still haven't built this. That isn't a ranch. Right. It is now important that you actually do these things. Can we prioritize these things? Because this isn't a ranch. Thank you. So, you best get on that. Good. Right. Indeed. Life is thrilling. Make 4 of those. When somebody's got a second. Sweep 9. Ah, you see, look at these eggs. These eggs should be drowning. That's what they should be doing. None of this hanging out. Drowning, I tell you. Unreachable food. You need to get on with your work. Then you'll have less unreachable food. What are you doing that isn't this, Mari? Should we give you some building? I think we will. Amari, where are you? What are you doing? Mate. Are you sleeping? No. Unclear. Unclear. What are you going to find? And is it muckroot? Yeah, it is. Look at this. Somebody fetch that. Yes. I see you're quite motivated to go and fetch that. Understandably. There's also this one. Good. Right, this is now our actual ranch. Excellent. I mean... Alright, somebody's here doing it. Oh, because the Gasimus are cows. And you said the cows were well. That is the joke. Starvation. I don't need the cook to starve. That's the last person we need to starve. Why doesn't someone come and dig up this? New printables. Are any of them food? No. Printables, you are not food. I mean, handily you're also not very good, so I don't feel terrible about not taking you. So, we'll just take the sandstone. Oh, but too annoying to use? It's just because the Gasimus are really annoying to use in Oxygen Not Included, because 1, you have to go and fetch them, 2, you can't breed them, 3, you have to feed them, like, was it liquid chlorine? Like, you need to do some bonkers stuff to make them work. Nothing beats the tension. I mean, we should actually do something about the fact that Catalina is starving. Nobody's dug this up yet. Can we maybe get on with that? Somebody? But that is not going to provide sufficient food. We could slaughter some critters. I mean, we can replace them over here. Let's slaughter some of these, because we can fairly easily replace them. No, Catalina's going to do it herself, because she's hungry. Seems fine. How is your starvation going, Catalina? Oh, you're the bloody what's it stomach one, aren't you? You're gonna eat it. I mean, I'm not thrilled with that news, but I'm gonna let you off just this once because I don't want you to starve. But from now on, we're gonna make a barbecue, and you are not gonna be allowed to eat meat. You're also not allowed to eat bristleberries, or spindly grub fruits, or meat. But we will murder another one of these. How's that? Feed them special cracked sweet legs. We could do that as well. Feed them special grass that requires liquid chlorine and sunlight or sun lamp, but then you're spending as much energy as you get out of them. Any sleet wheat ready? There was some, I think. Igalixa, thank you so much for the 10 bits. I was actually going to get them to go over here. I don't know if these are ready. Are they harvest ready? It doesn't look like. This one might be. Can you get in there? You can't actually get there. Here. Build one of them. Right, so we have barbecue. Lovely. Hello. You need to be able to hold these things, as discussed. Sweep 9. Who has unreachable food now? No one. It was just in the fridge. Calm yourselves, duplicants. Gonna need another little thing there so you can get up here. That's fine. And then we can come in sort of underneath and down here. We're gonna dig these ones out. We are gonna essentially wrangle all of these. Then we might actually just eat some of them, but initially we're gonna wrangle them all. We're also gonna sweep all those eggs when we get over here. Have we marked you as harvest? We certainly should do. Excellent. Oh, look. Here's a saltwater geyser. So there's some water, if we needed some. I mean, we do need some, but we currently have slightly bigger issues than whether we need water. With a critter sensor and automatic notifier in the ranches, the detection of new eggs can be automated. Yes. Yes, I could do. These are all things that I can never be bothered with, to be honest. We will wait until we get a mechatronics engineer, and then when we do, that mechatronics engineer will do the appropriate thing. 8 duplicants can last a long time on algae. They can. They can. It doesn't seem spectacularly important that we worry about oxygen at this stage. We can worry about oxygen later. There'll be plenty of time for worrying about oxygen. Yeah, on the whole, if I'm not doing a thing, it's probably just because I'm too lazy to bother. I mean, occasionally it's because I don't know. But the usual answer is just that I'm too lazy to have done it. Right, I'd definitely like to get in here to these fish, but we don't have loads of time for that. Because we would need to make a whole oxygen producing thing. We found some muckroot somewhere. Where did you find muckroot? Dupes? I have some questions, and those questions are, where did you find the muckroot? Frankly. Can I go under there? Yeah, I can go under there to there. But not afterwards. We could do some stuff though. With a little bit of work. I'm gonna investigate if we can find some more stuff. Turner has some unreachable food. I mean, that's not gonna last, is it? There you go. Lovely. The pool does look quite nice, doesn't it? For taking a dip. Sorry, Annabelle. I read your comment some time ago and then got distracted by something. As you will know, this is not an unusual state of affairs. But as usual, I was not deliberately ignoring you. I was just being moderately incompetent. Similar, not the same. Alright. Once he gets here... You're full now, are you? Let's check whether there are any eggs in them. There's some in that one. Alright. Rooms. 7, 5, 8, 7. Hello, Sweetle. Your name is Barbecue. Sorry. Occasional Annabelle has a skill point. Excellent work. I think we'll give you some improved carry. Why not? I'll move you this way. You might get the farming ones later on. Combat. It's always you, Catalina. I mean, you could have waited to pick up the meat. Also, apparently we could actually do with another farming rancher. Amazingly. Because there's definitely farming here that's just not getting done. Currently doing an all achievements run as well. Looking to rearranging my rocket. I'm looking for views on gantries. Why do you use them or not use them over just ladders? Nidalicious, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day and that your all achievement run is going well. I have not found loads of uses for gantries in the DLC. If I recall correctly. If you are playing vanilla, then yes, there's definitely reasons to use them. Indeed, chat largely agrees. In the thank you for the hydrate, Joni Benoni. Also, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, in the DLC, I don't think the gantries are really worth it at all. You might as well just use the ladders. But in vanilla, they were worth it, and I used to use them pretty much all the time. Yeah, I think that's it. You sort of use them because you're used to doing it from vanilla, but it's not really necessary anymore. There's supposed to be a Sweetle here. We don't need this Sweetle. Should we kill it? Seems great. It can't even fight back. It's the best sort of food. Ah, Catalina is sleeping, so they're gonna have to wait a little bit before that turns into barbecue. It's edible, indeed. With gantries removed, the rocket loader unloader makes sense since rockets can fit next to each other. Yes. Yes. I think in general, I agree with all of these things. Do we see movement? I don't currently see any shovel movement up here. We haven't found the teleporter room. Slightly surprisingly. You're more than a welcome, Nidalicious. As always. Right, what were we doing? I was having some thoughts about getting into here. It feels that here is an excellent place to get into here. Yeah, I think sure. We can build a... this water with one tile on bottom, it always crack? Ah, Kartoffel, it won't always crack. Oh, I need to get that out of there. If we just left the sand, then the sand would fall down, it would definitely crack. There's not really enough pressure to make them crack in these ones. They're, yeah, there's just not really enough pressure to make them crack. If you have more water on top of them, they might well. I really wish for a rocket connector, i.e. a 1 tile wide, 2 tile high building that enables us to space out the rocket platforms a bit and separate the loaders from platforms. Yes, I would like that too, Koopy. Have you found a way to launch mining rockets without a pilot yet? Oh, I am not the person to talk to about that, Nidalicious. Chat might be able to help you, but one of the reasons we are doing an all-achievement run at this time is because I have been incredibly lazy with the DLC and getting to late game in it. So this is an attempt to force myself to do the late game. We'll see how that goes. But that is an idea. Right. You there. Do I need a tile here? Yes, because otherwise they can start climbing up there. Let's put a tile there. Done some research. What might we want to do? Let's do those. Whatever. Sorry about that. When I was out of the country, I hardly ever sneezed. But now I am home, the sneezing has recommenced. I'm not thrilled about it. Unreachable food again? Sort yourselves out, dupes. Thank you for the Max Bless, Annabelle Erizia. I am indeed allergic to London. That is exactly what is happening, in fact. I am just allergic to London, which is kind of a shame, because I really love London. But, I was joking to partner, yesterday that we have become, like, Victorians who need to move to the sea for our health. Oh, to us. Annabelle, I don't think it is you. Also, it would be pretty impressive if I was so allergic to you that, you could affect me through the, screen. Right then. Actually, I'd like to build a whole thing there. I would like to build a whole thing there. Then I would like to get them to build some... What am I looking for? Stations. That's what I'm looking for. I would like them to build some oxygen mask docks. I guess 3 is how many they're going to build. I'd also like them to build a checkpoint. And a door. Do they need a door? No, they don't need a door. The door isn't necessary. There we go. That's fine. 0 calories. What will they eat? Each other. That's what they will eat. I'm taking my wife, her brother and sister-in-law to London for the first time next month. Oh. Well, I'm a big fan. I like it very much. Oh, look. It's given us food. Seems like cheating. To be fair, I don't want any of these. We could have pip eggs. But I think we probably just take the food. Yeah, I know, Nemotrek. Pip eggs are nice for wild symbol raid. They haven't got anything to eat, though. Yeah, whatever. We'll find them something to eat. I don't know what. But we'll find them something. Oh, who's starving? Is it Catalina again? Yes. You and your bottomless stomach. I knew taking you was a mistake. Right. What do we got here? Do I see anything particular for them to eat? Not necessarily. So things up here for them to eat? Again, not necessarily. I think we just continue to murder the Sweetles. I don't think we genuinely need all these Sweetles, so we'll just kill them. Yes, she is the bottomless stomach dupe. You're right there, Romari. Oh, you're just not doing your animation. That's fine. You can get on with not doing your animation. I don't mind. I mean, these ones are starvation Sweetles anyway, so we don't really care about them very much. Right. But one of the reasons we'd like to be able to get into here is, then we can go for fish. Fish. We could also murder the puffed if we wanted, but... to be fair, I'd probably only be murdering the puffed because they're a pain in the backside, rather than any real need to murder the puffed. Right. What we do need, though, is we need some... Chat. I've had a thought. It may not be a very sensible thought, but I have had a thought. What if... So I'm going to put a couple of diffusers here. One for the colony, one for me. We are still starving. What's going on? Oh, Otto's starving as well now. Really? How starving are you, Otto? Oh, not very. That'll be fine. Oh, this is harvest ready. That's how we ended up with 0 calories. I mean, she is a constituent part of us ending up with 0 calories. It's 2. Did you finish that at least? But you didn't bother to pick up the rations. I mean, Catalina's on the way, so I suppose that's something. Good. Are you doing the cooking? Thank you. Now, will Otto target it? Which is always a question. How long is it taking you, Catalina? Yes. Good job. Very good job. Right then. I think there is some sleep wheat down here. We could break into it. I don't desperately want to, but we could do. So I want to put 2 of these. And like a thing. Oh. I've had sort of a thought. One of these. What if we put an air permeable door in front of it? Although some of the oxygen would leak out. No. Unharvested grubfruit nut? I don't believe so. I believe all the grubfruits are marked for harvest. They are. I mean, we could come down here to them. There's stuff we can do. There's stuff we can do. Right. We need some power over here, though. There we go. Right. Oh, there was some and then they got it. Fair. Eggs. How many eggs have we got? How long have we've been ranching now? We were ranching by about cycle 20, right? So it must be nearly time for these to start hatching into meat. In the drowning section. Who is starving now? Lindsay. Apparently we're cooking something, so that should be alright. Drecos, true, we could break into the Drecos. Yeah, there's plenty of options. I mean, we could also just make, what's it? In fact, we might. Just in case we decide we need one. Might make a musher. Just so we've got one available. Yes, that is the Watsits. Then if we do need one, it's there, ready to go. Look at all these eggs. I saw you having another egg in there. Just after I swept for eggs. And you. Look at them. Endlessly having eggs. I mean, that is a good thing. That is literally what we want them to do. But, you know. How are you getting on, Turner? You're only about halfway, to be fair. Let us consider. Let's start planning out the shipping for this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wow, this is going to be way more metal than I wanted to make with the smusher. But we are in fact going to make it with the smusher. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. Excellent. You now want a mod that changes a mush bars to Watsits? That would be pretty cool. Ah, Arisia. There is a mod that makes duplicants die. I saw it today. It exists. Somebody has already made the mod that gives duplicants a lifespan. A lack of ore can be a slight problem. Oh, are we already doing that? Right, hang on. Who is starving? Otto? Oh, poor love. What have you got there, Otto? You've got some food though, haven't you? No? You haven't got some food. Oh, Catalina's cooking. Should be fine. Oh, now we've got 2 starving though. That doesn't help. What are you cooking? Who else is starving? Annabelle's starving. You think you saw it a while ago, now you think about it? Indeed. Dear Sweetle, death to you. I'm afraid. Catalina, you're really quite slow at this. I even gave you, like, what's it to? You think you'd be a bit better? Alright, well nobody seems to be starving currently, so we'll take it. Right, this. Hello, you thing. No gas output, I know. You're waiting long enough to watch deaths. You'll be waiting very long to watch deaths. I do not allow my duplicants to die. If they die, we restart, so there won't be any deaths. Oh. Where's my mod that changes the copy settings to include deliver suit? That's the mod I want. Right, this is full of oxygen? It is. Excellent. You might want to select the sweetles that are low on reproduction for the evolving. Oh, you people, you always want to min-max everything. Have you not noticed that I'm lazy? Egalixer, well, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciated as ever. Excellent. Right. Right then, let's get that sorted out. I mean, that's not min-maxing, that's just not being bothered. Look, somebody's actually, somebody's actually drowning. Look at this hatchling drowning. I mean, you're taking your sweet time about it, hatchling. But, yes. They're making their own meat. Automatically making their own meat. I can't play Oni and not expect people to be smart-arsing, though. That's a fair point. It does indeed seem unreasonable to expect such a thing. Did I ever put a thing in here? I didn't. We could do with putting a thing in here. What's going on? Somebody's got a skill point. Lindsay, you're not important. Catalina, I mean, you're just not very good. It's a different problem. None of these are very useful. Let's take you towards suits. Is one powered incubator like that sufficient for always keeping the ranch full? Yes. One powered incubator, assuming that it always gets lullabied, which is a little bit of an assumption, can keep, I think it's about 25 hatches. Yeah, I think that's right. And well, it's not quite that much, but I think an unpowered one does about 5 hatches, and a powered one does like about 25, I believe. So yeah, but it does, of course, rely on them actually doing the lullabying. Leofar's starving. We don't have any food. Catalina, what are you up to? Where is Catalina? Oh, you're running on the wheel? Have we got anything that you could be cooking? I'm not sure we do. Alright. Oh, somebody was elderly there. Attack. What about Leofar? Like, we're gonna sort Leofar out now. I'm on it. Good hugging. Well done. Catalina, what are you doing down here? Go and do some cooking. Leofar, how are you doing? Not doing anything for a Leonia. What? We managed to overload the wire. Are you kidding? Oh, it's because I've got a battery on this side. We need to deconstruct that. Oh, now we've got a lot of people starving. Fine. Reproduction 3%. Get murdered. I'm going to do a thing where we are only going to let Leofar in here. So that when this food pops out, Leofar should come and fetch it. Not you, Annabelle. You're doing fine. Ah. No, don't clap. Go eat. Catalina, what the hell? Yeah, outrageous behaviour. You weren't even starving. Absolutely unacceptable. Our bottomless stomach cook is definitely a problem. Alright, Otto, how are we doing? Where are your calories? Alright. Alright. Either of you gonna die imminently. Do I need someone else who can cook? Oh, we might get some food. That would be nice. What are we gonna get? Eggs. I mean, we'll take the eggs. I'm not sure you see any cracks that are actually in the correct biome. There is sleeweed. Yeah, I'm not actually so thrilled about that. We might have taken another Rowan, but we're just going to take the eggs. Omelets aren't calories. No, omelets are easy calories. I mean, that's sort of true. Right, how are we doing with the food here? Otto, I think, was the most starving. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You'll be fine. What were we thinking about? Sleet wheat? It's all the way down here. Do you know what a pain in the backside that's going to be to get to? Are you... Alright, hang on. Just because I'm nice. We'll do the thing. What did I set this on? We'll set you on a 6. Actually, no. We'll get to this one a different way. And why isn't Catalina cooking? I don't know, she's a pain in the backside. That's why she's not cooking. What are you doing, Catalina? She doesn't have enough food to cook, maybe? Might be the reason. We can kill another Sweetle to help out with that. Hang on. Age 65. Oh, you are about to reproduce though. There you go, this one. Kill this one. Are stone hatch eggs allowed in the automatic dispenser? They are. I'd like to know what Catalina's doing now, though. What are you doing? Come here. Just come and cook. Should make you do that. Right, Annabelle, how starving are you? Moderately. And what are you going to get? Why would you be doing fabrication supply? What are you even reaching for? Come over here. Do the cooking. There we go. Look at this Sweetle. Right. Who's going for it? Otto. Is there only enough for Otto? Looks like. Need more. Right. I have a way that we can get more. It's called murdering this. Come here. Oh, apparently nobody's starving right now. Excellent. What? Oh, this isn't enough meat. Fair enough, because it's Sweetle meat. Goddamn Sweetles. Not enough meat. But nobody is currently starving. Is that because Annabelle is sleeping? No, you're not sleeping, Annabelle, so I assume you're just not starving. Excellent. The solution to all our problems is murder. I mean, that's certainly true. Now who's starving? Amari and Annabelle. Okay. No, I don't think we actually needed to do that. Whatever. Oh no, we did. Look, there is one back there. What else have we got to murder? There's some meat there. Something just drowned. Where's Catalina? Get off that. Come here. I think I might lock her in the kitchen. I don't think I can lock her in the kitchen. We can prevent her coming in here, though. You can't come in here, Catalina. Or in here. Or in any of these? Well, I suppose I might want... Where is she? Where is she? Why? Why is she so excited about, supplying stuff right. Do this. This is very important. Have you done Locavore Carnival? No, I haven't done any max difficulty. I don't find it very interesting. Is the answer to that. We have a colony achievement. I wonder what it is. Cool. This one comes up, look. I like that it has a little pop-up. Duplicants have travelled 10,000 metres by fire pole. Chutes and ladders. That is cool. Alright, lovely. We seem to not be starving for a minute. That lasted a long time. Thank you very much for the 10 bits. Egalixer. That is very kind of you. Let us make frost buns. Have we got to the frost buns yet? Not quite. We've nearly got to the frost buns. Oh, look at her. Oh, I can fill these things through the thing. I don't even need to get in there. God damn you. Once you can grow crops, it's more relaxed, absolutely. Locavore is a pain. I am going to have to remember to change all these permissions. Where did she go? Oh, you're on break. Hang on. How starving is Lindsay? Lindsay, how starving are you, love? Not that starving? It's fine. You'll be fine. Yeah, I know. But you'll be alright. Yes, look. See, you'll be fine. Why don't we have any pending deliveries? Oh, I see. Because we can't reach the water. That'll be why then. Catalina, what are you doing? I genuinely don't understand what her problem is. She's just constantly convinced that she needs to be doing supplying errands. Instead of actually just doing the cooking. Right, that's you sorted. Got any eggs? No. How dare you? Give me eggs. What is the point of you if you don't give me eggs? Excellent. I'll work fine. Light with automation? I mean, we could just put a light in. They don't exactly use a lot of power. We can give her a light, absolutely. Let us do that. She is an attention seeker. As well as a food hog. I mean, just imagine. This one I'd like to do on a slightly more, what's it thing? Yes, what's it thing? That is the words I was looking for there. The cook is a food hog. I was tempted to pick Catalina earlier for naming. I'm glad I didn't. I mean, she's starting to get the hang of it, lover. Slowly. Slowly. Insufficient oxygen. I don't believe that for a second. That's a lie. I mean, it might not be a lie, but you know. I'm gonna claim it's a lie. Frost buns help. Frost buns do help. I kind of hate having to cut into my ice biomes early, though, to be honest. It's not something that pleases me. What's up with your body temperature? I assume you're too warm, are you? Yeah, much too warm. Oh, you started on the flipped asteroid? Fair. I think we died when I did the flipped asteroid. I can't remember if we starved. Maybe I also got fed up with it. It is also possible that I just got fed up. That we played it for a bit and I was like, nah, sod this. In the same way that I feel about playing on max difficulty. Ooh. Oh, Otto, you're not the one I wanted to get the thing. When is Turner getting his point? Yeah. Well, nuts. But you can see them back up with an insulated tile. True. What was I going to say? I was going to say that it's time for me to get some food. I'm going to eat my pizza. And leave you with this. I've been on quite late this evening. I will see you all tomorrow. 3 p.m. GMT. That is UTC for those of you who need to do the conversions. What was I going to say? Thank you very much for the follow, Trotsky. Thank you to everyone for being here. Don't forget to follow the channel if you'd like to see me again tomorrow. There will be more of this. We still don't have any calories. We'll see how that goes. The critters are starving. I mean, they're supposed to be. You can support the channel by subscribing if you'd like, including for free with Amazon Prime. Let me see if someone is streaming some Oni that I can take you over to. It's often nice to share the love around if we can find someone who's doing it. I can't always find someone who's doing it. What are you playing? Oh, Valheim. That's no good. Why are you playing Valheim? No, right then. In that case, I'm going to leave you with this. I hope to see you all again tomorrow, when we will do a bit more of this. Catalina may manage to actually cook something without eating it. Who can say? Have a lovely rest of your evening, everyone. I hope that your day goes well, and that I see you again tomorrow. Bye.